The desert wind carried the sound of artillery farther than anyone wanted to admit. By the autumn of 1942, the North African campaign had narrowed to a strip of ground between the Mediterranean Sea and the impassable Qattara Depression. There was no room left for sweeping maneuvers across open sand, no space for dramatic flanking movements that had defined earlier phases of the war in the desert. At El Alamein, the front hardened. Geography itself demanded confrontation. Erwin Rommel had built his reputation on motion, rapid thrusts, elastic defense, bold exploitation of enemy hesitation. He had advanced across Libya and into Egypt with an audacity that forced Allied commanders to rethink everything they thought they understood about desert warfare. But by the time the Second Battle of El Alamein began, the conditions that had once favored him had eroded. Supply lines were stretched thin across hundreds of miles of vulnerable coastline. Fuel was scarce. Replacements were limited. Air superiority no longer leaned comfortably in his direction. Illness had already forced Rommel to leave the theater temporarily, and when the offensive opened under British command, he returned to a battlefield already in motion. El Alamein was not a surprise attack in the traditional sense. It was preparation made visible. The British Eighth Army, reorganized and reinforced under new leadership, had spent months building strength. Artillery was massed in unprecedented concentration. Infantry units were trained to breach minefields under fire. Armor was prepared not for isolated thrusts, but for sustained pressure across a narrow front. When the bombardment began, it was relentless. The night sky flashed with sustained artillery fire. Mines detonated in controlled explosions as engineers cleared corridors through defensive belts. Axis positions were probed, then hammered again. The scale of the assault left little room for improvisation. This was not a contest of sudden maneuver. It was attrition applied deliberately. Rommel's forces fought with discipline and determination. Anti-tank guns were repositioned under fire. Counterattacks were launched where possible to blunt advancing formations. Defensive lines bent, but did not immediately collapse. For days, the struggle seesawed across minefields and ridges where each yard gained or lost came at measurable cost. But the imbalance grew heavier with time. Fuel shortages restricted mobility, and ammunition expenditure could not be replaced quickly enough. Air attacks compounded pressure on supply and reinforcement. The Africa Corps and Italian units alongside them displayed resilience. Yet resilience cannot generate fuel where none exists. Rommel understood the mathematics. He requested withdrawal to preserve remaining forces before encirclement became inevitable. Orders from higher command insisted on holding ground. The tension between strategic necessity and political directive sharpened in those days. The desert offered no concealment for that reality. It was visible in burning vehicles and abandoned equipment. Eventually, the line broke. Withdrawal became unavoidable. The retreat from El Alamein did not resemble earlier elastic movements across North Africa. It was conducted under sustained pressure, and with Allied forces advancing steadily, unwilling to relinquish initiative once seized. El Alamein marked more than a tactical defeat. It marked the end of Axis strategic momentum in North Africa. From that point forward, the campaign became a struggle to delay rather than advance. The myth of invincibility surrounding Rommel's desert maneuvers dissolved under sustained material superiority and organized offensive planning. The history of Rommel's last stand at El Alamein is not a story of sudden collapse. It is a study in erosion, in how mobility without supply becomes vulnerability, in how boldness meets limits imposed by logistics, in how wars shift not only through decisive breakthroughs, but through sustained pressure applied where escape routes no longer exist. Rommel remained a capable commander to the end of the desert campaign. His decisions reflected awareness of the broader reality, but El Alamein demonstrated that individual brilliance cannot compensate indefinitely for strategic imbalance. The desert that had once amplified maneuver now amplified constraint. This is the story of Rommel's last stand at El Alamein, where movement gave way to endurance, where reputation met resistance, and where the North African War crossed a threshold from which it would not return. Before you move further into this story, take a quiet second. Notice where you are right now. Is this a calm stretch of your day, or something unfolding between responsibilities? Has the light shifted since you began reading? Just let yourself register it. Alamein was fought where there was no more room to maneuver. Let this story unfold without rushing past that feeling of finality. Chapter 1. The Mirage. The 21st of June, 1942. Private James Thornley of the 2nd South African Division sits in the back of a captured British truck, watching the sun climb over the coastal road that leads to Egypt. The Germans driving the vehicle are singing something he doesn't recognize, their voices carrying over the engine noise with an ease that seems impossible, given what has just happened. Around him, the western desert is choked with British equipment, Grant tanks with their turrets blown cleanly off, supply dumps sending columns of black smoke into the pale morning sky, abandoned ammunition crates scattered across the sand like children's toys left out in the rain. Tobruk, the fortress that held for 242 days during the previous year's siege, fell in less than 24 hours. And Thornley's canteen is empty, has been empty since yesterday afternoon. One of the Germans notices, says something in his language to the driver, and they stop long enough to offer him water from their own supplies. In the small diary he keeps folded in his battle dress pocket, later confiscated but somehow preserved in the archives, he will write a single sentence that captures everything about this moment. They are not what we expected. They are hungry ghosts like us. But they are winning. This is Erwin Rommel at the absolute zenith of his power in North Africa, the moment when the mythology and the reality seem to briefly align. Field Marshal now, Hitler's youngest, and promoted just days earlier with a baton delivered by special courier to this God's forsaken corner of the war. He commands an army that has just achieved what many thought impossible. The Panzer Armee Africa, a force that shouldn't exist this far from its supply bases, that operates on captured British petrol and tinned South African peaches, has broken through fortified positions and seized the most important port between Tripoli and Alexandria. The headlines in German newspapers proclaim the Desert Fox triumphant. British newspapers, in those editions that make it past the censors, struggle to explain how disaster struck so quickly. But beneath the celebrations and the recriminations, beneath the strategic analyses being typed up in Cairo and Berlin and London, there exists a more fundamental truth that almost nobody yet grasps. This moment, this seemingly unstoppable advance into Egypt, represents not the beginning of an even greater campaign, but rather the high water mark of Axis ambition in Africa. Everything that follows, all the battles yet to be fought, all the lives yet to be spent, flows from decisions made and resources consumed in these June days when Rommel seemed invincible. The numbers tell one story, the human experience tells another. On the maps, spread across tables in British headquarters in Cairo, the situation appears catastrophic. Rommel's forces have advanced nearly 60 miles into Egyptian territory, seized critical road junctions, and positioned themselves to potentially drive all the way to the Suez Canal. General Claude Auchinleck, who has just taken personal command of the 8th Army after relieving the previous commander, studies reconnaissance photographs and casualty reports with eyes rimmed red from smoke and exhaustion. The smoke comes from the fires still burning throughout Cairo, not from German bombs but from British hands, as embassy staff and military headquarters burn documents in anticipation of potential evacuation. Egyptians will remember this day as Ash Wednesday, watching paper ash drift through the streets like gray snow while their British occupiers prepare to flee. Bank deposits are withdrawn en masse. The wealthy make quiet arrangements to leave the city. The poor, who have nowhere to go, simply wait to see which army will arrive next. Auchinleck, an Ulster Scot with a careful mind and defensive instincts honed during the Great War, refuses to join the panic. And he has identified a position roughly 60 miles west of Alexandria, where the geography might finally allow him to halt Rommel's advance. A place called El Alamein, where the gap between the Mediterranean Sea and the impassable Qattara Depression narrows to just 40 miles. 40 miles his exhausted understrength army might actually be able to defend. But Rommel himself, in these heady days of late June, is already thinking beyond Alamein, beyond Cairo, toward possibilities that exist more in imagination than in logistical reality. The field marshal's personal correspondence, carefully preserved and later examined by historians, reveals a man intoxicated by momentum. To his wife Lucy, he writes with uncharacteristic exuberance about the fall of Tobruk. "We have taken the fortress. It is a wonderful thing." To his superiors in Berlin, he sends optimistic assessments of his army's capability to continue the offensive, to push through to the Nile Delta, perhaps even to threaten the entire British position in the Middle East. What these messages do not adequately convey, what Rommel himself may not yet fully appreciate, is the extent to which his success has been built on foundations that cannot be replicated. Every major victory since his arrival in Africa has depended on captured British supplies. The famous dash across Cyrenaica, the encirclement battles at Gazala, the rapid pursuit that led to Tobruk's fall, all of these operations consumed fuel and ammunition seized from British dumps. The Africa Corps has become, in effect, parasitic, sustaining itself by feeding on its opponent's logistical network. This worked brilliantly as long as the British kept retreating and abandoning supplies. But what happens when the retreat stops? The 28th of June brings another stunning tactical success. Rommel's mobile forces seized the coastal town of Mersa Matruh, taking more than 6,000 British prisoners and, more importantly, capturing enormous stocks of supplies. A German quartermaster's inventory, preserved in the Bundesarchiv, catalogues the haul: roughly 2,000 tons of rations, 1,000 tons of fuel, hundreds of vehicles in working condition, ammunition of various calibers totaling more than 500 tons. For a force that had been operating on the threadbare logistics, this windfall appears providential. Officers celebrate with captured British whiskey, and soldiers fill their canteens with clean water from intact British storage tanks. The panzers that will lead tomorrow's advance run on petrol, pumped from British jerry cans, a detail so routine by this point that German after-action reports barely mention it. The irony escapes no one who takes time to think about it. The Deutsche Afrika Korps, symbol of German military efficiency, survives by scavenging from the army it is defeating. This is not a sustainable model for conquest. This is desperation disguised as victory. The 30th of June marks the first check to Rommel's advance, though few recognize it as such at the time. His forward units reach the El Alamein position and immediately encounter stronger resistance than expected. This first battle of El Alamein, later historians would distinguish it from the more famous second battle that autumn, devolves into a confused, scrambling affair with neither side fully in control. British units mount unexpected counterattacks. German advances peter out in the face of prepared defensive positions. Crucially, Rommel's men are simply exhausted. They have been advancing and fighting almost continuously for weeks. Supply lines now stretch back 1,400 miles to Tripoli, an absurd distance to maintain in a desert where every drop of fuel must be trucked forward and where every truck consumes fuel in the act of delivering fuel. The arithmetic becomes circular, self-defeating. Meanwhile, British supply lines run back just 60 miles to Alexandria and the relative abundance of the Nile Delta. The material imbalance, temporarily masked by captured stocks, begins to reassert itself. After 4 days of inconclusive fighting, the first battle of El Alamein stutters to a halt. Neither side has achieved a decisive result, but the fact that Rommel has been stopped at all carries significance that will only become clear in hindsight. Behind the drama of clashing armies, a quieter crisis unfolds in the German medical stations scattered across the desert. A medical officer's report from early July, filed with bureaucratic precision despite the chaotic circumstances, notes that approximately 60% of the Afrika Korps personnel are suffering from chronic dysentery. The desert sickness, as soldiers call it, has become endemic. Water supplies are inadequate and often contaminated. The diet consists largely of canned goods, often captured, and eaten in conditions of poor hygiene. Men fight and march while weakened by intestinal illness that saps strength and morale. Rommel himself, the supposedly indomitable desert fox, is ill. Photographs from this period show a man visibly unwell, jaundiced, gaunt, struggling through command briefings when he should be in a hospital bed. His chief of staff, Fritz Bayerlein, quietly takes over many day-to-day command functions, while maintaining the fiction that Rommel remains fully in charge. The mythology requires an invincible commander. The reality is a sick man in his 50s, operating in conditions that would challenge someone half his age in perfect health, trying to sustain an offensive that has already outrun its means. This is the face of triumph that the newsreels do not show. By the first week of July, and the operational situation has crystallized into an uncomfortable stalemate. Auchinleck has successfully stabilized the front at El Alamein, preventing further Axis advance toward the Nile Delta. Rommel lacks the strength to break through, but remains too dangerous to leave unmolested. Both armies dig in, laying minefields, fortifying positions, trying to rest and refit while maintaining constant vigilance against the enemy just a few kilometers away. The nature of the campaign has fundamentally changed. For more than a year, North Africa had been a war of movement, of sweeping armored advances and desperate retreats, of battles decided by maneuver and tactical brilliance. Now it becomes something different, static, attritional, dominated by logistics and industrial capacity rather than operational artistry. This shift favors the British, yes, though they do not yet realize the full extent of their advantage. They have access to resources Rommel can only dream of. They have supply lines that actually function. And they have time to rebuild divisions, train new units, accumulate stockpiles of ammunition and fuel. Rommel has brilliance and a reputation, but he does not have time, and he does not have diesel. The documentary evidence from this period reveals a fascinating contradiction between public perception and private reality. German propaganda films show confident soldiers, well-maintained equipment, an army in complete control of its domain. British newspapers, operating under censorship, but still managing to convey the seriousness of the situation, speak of a desperate defensive battle against a seemingly unstoppable enemy. The truth, as captured in the mundane paperwork of quartermaster reports and medical assessments and fuel consumption logs, tells a different story entirely. The Africa Corps is winning tactically while losing logistically. Every kilometer advanced increases the strain on supply lines that were already stretched beyond reasonable limits. Every captured British dump provides temporary relief, but also reinforces the fundamental dependence on an enemy's resources. The strategic situation is not sustainable, but momentum and mythology keep the illusion alive. Rommel has become a prisoner of his own reputation, expected to achieve miracles with inadequate means because he has achieved miracles before. This expectation, this belief in the invincibility of the desert fox, will drive decisions in the coming months that lead inexorably toward disaster. The desert itself, indifferent to human ambitions, continues its ancient patterns. Daytime temperatures exceed 120 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade, except there is no shade. Nights drop to near freezing. Sand infiltrates everything: weapons, food, wounds, lungs. The landscape offers no mercy to either army, no advantage to German skill or British numbers. It simply exists, beautiful and lethal, unchanged by the battles fought across its surface. Soldiers on both sides, when they find moments to reflect in diaries or letters home, often write about the desert with a strange mixture of hatred and awe. It is the environment that defines their war, the constant companion more present than any human enemy. In years to come, veterans will remember the sand more vividly than specific battles, the thirst more clearly than fear, the endless emptiness more persistently than the faces of comrades. The desert is not merely the setting for Rommel's last stand. It is, in a very real sense, the antagonist of the entire North African campaign. And the desert always wins in the end, burying armies and ambitions alike beneath dunes that shift and reform without memory or malice. Chapter 2. The Arithmetic of War. The 2nd of August, 1942. In a sweltering office in Benghazi, 800 miles behind the El Alamein line, Lieutenant Colonel Walter Nering completes a calculation that should terrify anyone in Berlin paying attention. To maintain current defensive positions, not to attack, not to maneuver, simply to hold ground already taken. The Africa Corps requires 30,000 tons of fuel per month. The current delivery rate, tracked meticulously in ledgers that, narrowing updates daily with figures radioed from Tripoli harbor, averages 7,000 tons. The shortfall is not an abstract problem to be solved by staff officers with colored pencils and optimistic projections. It means tanks that cannot maneuver when British armor probes their positions. It means trucks that sit immobile while ammunition runs low at the front. It means aircraft grounded on desert airstrips while enemy bombers operate with impunity overhead. Naring writes a memo to Rommel's headquarters, choosing his words carefully, but unable to soften the mathematics. "We are bleeding out 1 gallon at a time." The memo is filed, read, and set aside. No one has a solution, because no solution exists within the current strategic framework. You cannot invent fuel out of sand and willpower, though the Africa Corps will spend the next 3 months attempting exactly that. The war that matters most to Rommel's survival is not being fought in the desert at all. It is being fought in the Mediterranean Sea, in the skies above convoy routes, in the decoded radio traffic that British intelligence intercepts and analyzes with methodical precision. Every ton of supplies destined for North Africa must cross the sea from Italy, running a gauntlet of submarines, aircraft, and surface vessels that grows more lethal by the week. Malta, the British island fortress that sits astride the convoy routes like a stone in a stream, has survived despite everything the Axis powers threw at it during the spring and early summer. The April air raids on Malta were the most intensive bombing campaign in history to that point. More bombs per square mile than fell on London during the Blitz. The intent was to neutralize the island as an offensive base, to blind it and break it so that Axis convoys could pass unmolested. The campaign failed, Malta endured, and now, in August, it has begun to strike back. Royal Navy submarines based in Malta's harbors stalk Italian shipping with ruthless efficiency. Royal Air Force bombers range across the central Mediterranean, hunting for the tankers and cargo vessels that carry Rommel's lifeline. The island that was supposed to wither and surrender has instead become an unsinkable aircraft carrier, perfectly positioned to strangle the Africa Corps. The 15th of July provides a perfect illustration of this war of interdiction. The British submarine HMS Turbulent, operating on intelligence derived from decrypted Italian naval signals, intercepts the Italian tanker Poserica roughly halfway between Sicily and the Libyan coast. The submarine's captain, Commander John Linton, approaches submerged in the pre-dawn darkness and fires a spread of torpedoes at close range. The Poserica, carrying 4,200 tons of aviation fuel destined for the Luftwaffe units supporting Rommel's ground forces, erupts in flames visible for miles. All hands are lost in the explosion. In Malta, when news of the sinking reaches the intelligence section, there is quiet satisfaction. Not celebration exactly, but grim recognition that another small victory has been won in the larger arithmetic of the campaign. In Benghazi, when the news filters through to the Luftwaffe logistics office, it means that fighter squadrons must reduce their sortie rates, that bomber missions must be canceled, that the air superiority Rommel desperately needs will be unavailable when he needs it most. 4,000 tons of fuel, representing roughly 2 weeks of aviation operations, now lies at the bottom of the Mediterranean, along with the men who were transporting it. The struggle continues day after day, with numbing consistency. The 10th of August sees Rommel summoned to a meeting with his supply officers, men whose names rarely appear in the dramatic accounts of desert warfare, but whose work determines whether the panzers move or sit idle. They spread before him charts showing fuel deliveries versus consumption, ammunition stockpiles versus projected expenditure, and food supplies versus daily ration requirements. The numbers are relentless in their message. Fritz Bayerlein, Rommel's chief of staff, and the man who must translate strategic ambition into operational reality, watches his commander's face as the briefing proceeds. In his post-war memoir, Bayerlein recalls Rommel's response with painful clarity. "Without fuel, my panzers are nothing but steel coffins." The metaphor is more accurate than perhaps Rommel intended. A tank without fuel cannot maneuver, cannot fight, cannot even serve effectively as a static pillbox because it cannot be positioned where needed. The mathematics of modern mechanized warfare are brutally simple. Mobility equals life. Immobility equals death. And mobility requires fuel that must be delivered across 800 miles of desert from ports that are themselves under constant air attack. August proves to be a particularly devastating month for Axis logistics. Between the 1st and 30th, British submarines, aircraft, and surface vessels sink or severely damage 41% of all cargo shipped toward North Africa. The tonnage lost exceeds Rommel's entire monthly requirement. Each sinking has a name, a crew, a cargo manifest. The tanker San Andrea explodes in Tripoli harbor on the 23rd while being unloaded under cover of darkness, killing 47 Italian dock workers and destroying 1,900 tons of fuel. The workers knew the RAF bombers would come. They always came at dawn, and they worked through the night anyway because the fuel was desperately needed, and they were told their families would be cared for if anything happened. When the bombs found the tanker, the explosion was visible from the city center, a pillar of fire that announced another setback in the unglamorous but decisive war of supply and interdiction. The transport Giuseppe Verdi, carrying ammunition and replacement parts for German armor, is torpedoed on the 9th, taking down equipment that cannot be replaced in time for the coming battles. The pattern repeats throughout the month, ships loaded with the materials of war, i.e. ships intercepted by an enemy who knows exactly where to look, because British codebreakers at Bletchley Park are reading Italian naval communications almost in real time. The mathematics behind ultra-intelligence, the British program for decrypting Axis communications, would have seemed like fantasy if proposed before the war. That a team of mathematicians, linguists, and engineers working in a Victorian mansion in the English countryside could routinely read enemy signals, process the information, and disseminate it to operational commanders quickly enough to matter seemed beyond reasonable possibility. Yet here it functions with remarkable efficiency. Italian naval headquarters in Rome radios convoy routes to escort vessels using codes they believe unbreakable. British cryptanalysts intercept these signals, break the codes, and pass the information to the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force within hours. Submarines are positioned along the convoy routes. Aircraft are dispatched at precisely the right time to the right coordinates. The Italians assume they are simply unlucky, that British forces are patrolling randomly and happening upon convoys by chance. The Germans, more suspicious by nature, suspect betrayal or espionage, but never quite grasp that their allies' communications are fundamentally compromised. The result is a war of asymmetric knowledge where one side operates in daylight, while the other stumbles through fog, never quite understanding why their convoys keep dying in waters that should be safe. The human cost of this supply war rarely makes it into the grand narratives of the North African campaign. Yet it dwarfs in some ways the casualties of the land battles. Italian merchant sailors die by the hundreds, drowning in burning oil or crushed in the wreckage of torpedoed ships. Dock workers in Tripoli and Benghazi labor under constant threat of air attack, knowing that their work makes them targets, but continuing anyway because the alternative is to abandon the men fighting in the desert. German transport pilots flying supply missions across the Mediterranean face British fighters and their own mechanical failures in equal measure, frequently disappearing over the water, with no rescue possible. A Luftwaffe mechanic at an airfield outside Benghazi, in a letter home that was intercepted by British censors and preserved, writes with devastating simplicity, "We cannibalized 3 aircraft to keep one flying. Yesterday we drained hydraulic fluid from a wrecked British bomber we found in the desert. The English have everything they need delivered fresh from factories. We make do with scraps and hope." This is the reality of the Axis logistics situation, stripped of propaganda and strategic euphemism. Making do with scraps while hoping that somehow the situation will improve. It will not improve. On the contrary, the situation is about to deteriorate dramatically. The Pedestal Convoy, a major British operation to resupply Malta, succeeds in mid-August despite heavy losses. Of 14 merchant ships that set out, only 5 reach Malta, but those 5 carry enough fuel, ammunition, and food to sustain the island for months, and to dramatically increase its offensive capabilities. The aircraft carrier HMS Eagle is sunk during the operation, bombs along with 1 cruiser, a destroyer, and 9 merchant vessels. British losses are severe, painful, mourned in small notices in newspapers back home that speak of ships lost and men missing. But the strategic calculation is cold and clear. Malta survives, which means the island can continue to savage Axis supply lines. The short-term losses are acceptable because they enable long-term gains. This is the kind of ruthless arithmetic that characterizes modern industrial warfare, where victory goes not to the most brilliant tacticians, but to the powers that can sustain losses, replace them, and continue grinding forward. By the end of August, the supply situation for the Afrika Corps has reached a crisis point that cannot be papered over with optimistic assessments or exhortations to overcome difficulties through willpower. And Rommel's forces are consuming fuel faster than it can be delivered, consuming ammunition faster than it can be replaced, losing equipment faster than new material arrives. The Eighth Army, meanwhile, is accumulating supplies with almost contemptuous ease. Convoys sail from Britain and America, unload in Egyptian ports that are beyond Axis air reach, and truck their cargoes the relatively short distance to forward dumps near El Alamein. British soldiers receive 4 liters of water per day. German soldiers receive 1 liter. British tank battalions can afford to conduct training exercises and practice maneuvers. German panzer units husband their fuel so carefully that drivers are forbidden to start engines unnecessarily. The disparity is becoming absolute, though it will take another month before the full consequences manifest in battle. But for now, it exists primarily in the ledgers maintained by logistics officers, in the fuel gauges of tanks sitting idle in the desert sun, in the knowledge among those who understand supply that the coming battle is already lost before it begins. The desert may be where soldiers fight and die, but the war is being decided in harbors and convoy routes, in the mathematics of tonnage delivered versus tonnage required, and the mathematics, indifferent and inexorable, favor Britain. Chapter 3. The Man from Alamein, the 18th of August, 1942, 0430 hours. Rifleman Bill Hutton of the 2nd Rifle Brigade wakes to the sound of German artillery ranging shots against British positions. The shells land roughly 400 yards short of his section's defensive position, sending up plumes of sand that drift eastward on the morning wind before the sun has properly risen. This is the 4th consecutive morning that German gunners have fired ranging shots at this particular sector of the line, each day walking their fire closer by approximately 100 yards as they refine their targeting. Tomorrow, Hutton thinks with the grim certainty that comes from experience, tomorrow they will find the range, and the shells will land among the trenches rather than in front of them. He pulls his blanket over his head against the sand and the noise, trying to steal another hour of sleep before stand to, but his mind will not cooperate. This is what war becomes when the dramatic movements stop, and the real work of holding ground begins. A knowledge that death is walking toward you at a measured pace, at 100 yards per day, and there is nothing to do but wait and dig deeper, and hope the mathematics work out in your favor when the time comes. The El Alamein line, where Hutton and roughly 150,000 other British and Commonwealth soldiers now find themselves, is less a line than a concept made partially real through desperate effort. It stretches roughly 40 miles from the Mediterranean coast in the north to the edge of the Qattara Depression in the south, a vast geological feature where the desert floor drops away into a salt marsh so broken and impassable that no army can cross it. This geography creates a natural choke point, a place where even a numerically inferior force might hold against attack, simply because there is nowhere for the attacker to go around. The defensive positions themselves consist of fortified boxes, strong points dug into the sand and reinforced with whatever materials can be scrounged or delivered, sandbags, steel pickets, captured Italian concrete blocks, even wrecked vehicles pushed into position and filled with sand. Between these boxes lie minefields, some carefully laid by Royal Engineers and marked on maps, others improvised from captured ordnance and marked only in the memories of the men who placed them. And between the minefields, nothing. Vast, empty stretches of desert where German patrols might be 200 yards away, or 2,000, where night brings the terror of movement half seen in starlight, where men shoot at shadows and sometimes hit other men and sometimes hit nothing at all. Water defines existence more completely than any tactical consideration. and each man at the El Alamein line receives 1 gallon per day for all purposes: drinking, cooking, washing, everything. In practice, most soldiers use the majority of their ration for drinking, except that they will not wash properly for weeks at a time, and learn to prepare food with minimal water. The water itself tastes strongly of petrol, a consequence of being transported in jerry cans that previously held fuel and were never adequately cleaned. After a few days, men stop noticing the taste. After a few weeks, they can barely remember what clean water tastes like. Hutton, who before the war worked in a Sheffield factory where water came from taps and was taken entirely for granted, finds himself obsessing over his canteen in ways that seem absurd in retrospect, but feel utterly rational in the moment. He drinks in careful sips. He makes each gulp last, hoards a few ounces against emergencies that may or may not come. A corporal in his section jokes that at least Jerry is too thirsty to attack properly. No one laughs, but several men nod in recognition of a truth that transcends humor, that thirst is the great equalizer in desert warfare, affecting both armies with democratic indifference. The 22nd of August brings a water ration parade, a daily ritual that has taken on ceremonial significance despite its mundane purpose. The company quartermaster sergeant, a regular soldier with 15 years of service who treats the water supply with religious seriousness, oversees the distribution personally. Each section sends a representative with empty canteens. Each canteen is filled from large containers that have been trucked forward from the supply dumps near Alexandria, the precious liquid measured carefully to ensure no one receives more or less than their authorized ration. Hutton, whose turn it is to collect water for his section, watches the process with the attention of a man watching his life being poured into metal bottles. The ritual has a calming effect, a reminder that despite the chaos and violence of war, some systems still function, some authorities still maintain order. Later that day, when German shells finally find the range and begin landing among the British positions, when men die or are wounded by shrapnel and concussion, the water ration will already have been distributed and stored. This small mercy, that at least they will not die thirsty, matters more than officers who have never fought in the desert can quite understand. Night falls on the 24th of August, with the particular swiftness of desert darkness, the sun dropping below the horizon and taking all warmth with it within minutes. Star shells burst overhead around 2200 hours, turning the night into a stuttering daylight that reveals German infantry moving forward between minefields roughly 300 yards from Hutton's position. His section opens fire immediately, rifles and a single Bren gun sending tracers across the intervening distance in geometric patterns that would be beautiful if they were not intended to kill. The engagement lasts perhaps 15 minutes, though in the moment it feels both much longer and impossibly brief. And at dawn, a British burial party ventures out under temporary truce to recover bodies. 2 German soldiers lie tangled in wire where they fell, both young, both carrying letters home that will now never be sent. Hutton, assigned to the burial detail, finds himself going through the pockets of 1 dead German as part of the standard intelligence procedure. The letter is addressed to the soldier's mother in Düsseldorf, written in a neat hand that speaks of homesickness and hope that the war will end soon. The irony of finding such sentiments on a corpse is not lost on Hutton, who hands the letter to an officer and tries not to think about the fact that the man he just searched was probably younger than himself. 27th of August brings nothing, which in itself becomes a form of tension. Nothing happens in the morning. And then nothing continues to happen throughout the afternoon. The German artillery that has been ranging their position for days falls silent. No patrols probe the wire. No aircraft disturb the sky. The quiet is almost worse than action because it provides nothing to focus on except the heat and the flies and the waiting. Hutton, in a pocket diary he keeps hidden in his kit, discovered decades later and donated to the Imperial War Museum by his family, writes an entry that captures the particular psychological weight of static warfare. The heat is a living thing. It has weight. Fritz is quiet. Maybe he's as cooked as we are. Maybe tomorrow. Always maybe tomorrow. This is combat as most soldiers experience it most of the time, not the dramatic charges and desperate last stands of cinema, but rather the grinding, patient endurance of men who know something terrible is coming, but not exactly when or how. The waiting corrodes morale more effectively than any bombardment, eating away at confidence and resolve in ways that are difficult to quantify but impossible to ignore. The 29th of August introduces a new element to the routine, a visit from higher command. A staff officer arrives in a pristine staff car that seems like an artifact from another world, his uniform clean and pressed in a way that strikes the frontline soldiers as almost offensive. He gathers the company together and explains with the careful enthusiasm of a man delivering good news that he suspects will be received with skepticism, that a new commander has arrived to take charge of the Eighth Army. Lieutenant General Bernard Montgomery recently arrived from Britain and has begun visiting units up and down the line. Better supplies are coming, the staff officer assures them. More tanks, more artillery, more of everything. The plan is to hold through September, build up strength, and then attack in October. Hutton's platoon sergeant listens to this briefing with the expression of a man who has heard promises before. And when the staff officer departs, he spits into the sand and mutters that they have heard that before. But even the sergeant must admit that something in the air is changing. The nightly supply convoys are larger now, the headlights of trucks streaming past the forward positions, with a regularity that suggests serious intent. Heavy equipment is arriving. Big guns, the kind that shake the ground when they fire, being positioned in carefully prepared emplacements. Montgomery himself, or so the rumor network insists, is living just 10 miles behind the line instead of back in Cairo, actually visiting units personally instead of sending staff officers to represent him. The landscape where Hutton and his fellow soldiers wait has a terrible beauty that almost no one takes time to appreciate, but that nevertheless seeps into memory and stays there. The desert at El Alamein is not the golden dune sea of romantic imagination, but rather hard-packed sand and gravel, broken by outcrops of rock.
When the Kiwis broke the Nazi cordon round El Alamein, these action pictures came out
sometimes creates temporary pools. The colors shift throughout the day from pale gold at dawn to white-hot glare to deep amber at sunset. The light transforming constantly while the essential nature of the place remains
We suffered some
unchanged.
casualties.
At night, when blackout discipline permits no lights in the room's dark, the stars appear with a clarity that soldiers from industrial Britain have never seen before. The Milky Way so bright it casts faint shadows. Men sit in their slit trenches, standing watch, or simply unable to sleep, and look up at astronomical displays that inspire poetry
The
and other
NZ division had been rushed from Syria
Here
to
they
Egypt,
inspire
straight
only
to
a kind
Rommel's
of weary
forces.
wonder,
The
a
Axis armies en
recognition
route
that
to
the
Alexandria
universe
were
is
stopped.
vast and indifferent,
Here,
and that
our
whether they live or
transport,
die in
they
the
did the
coming
job
battle matters not at all to the stars that wheel overhead. This truth should be crushing, but somehow is not. There is a strange comfort in irrelevance, in knowing that the fear and exhaustion and thirst are temporary conditions that will end one way or another, while the desert and the stars continue their ancient patterns. By the end of August, the defensive line that Auchinleck improvised during the desperate fighting of early July has become something more permanent and formidable. The boxes are deeper, the minefields more extensive, the artillery positions better prepared and supplied. Intelligence reports indicate that Rommel is also preparing, that his forces are conserving strength for what everyone now recognizes will be a decisive clash. Two armies face each other across a few kilometers of sand, both exhausted from the summer's fighting, both aware that the next battle will determine the fate of Egypt and perhaps of the entire Middle Eastern theater. Hutton and his comrades do not think in such grand strategic terms. They think about their next water ration, about whether the mail will come tomorrow, about the quality of that evening's ration, as about the friend from training who died last week when a mine exploded during a night patrol. They think about home, about the lives they left behind, about whether they will live to see Britain again. These small human concerns are the texture of war for the men who fight it, the reality beneath the strategic abstractions and operational directives. And it is these men, thirsty, tired, afraid, determined, who will decide whether the El Alamein line holds or breaks when Rommel makes his inevitable move. The desert has taught them that courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to function despite it, that survival depends on small habits and careful discipline more than heroic gestures, that their lives matter intensely to themselves and their comrades, and not at all to the war itself. They are ready, as to the extent that anyone can be ready for industrial violence. They are also terrified. These conditions are not contradictory, but rather two aspects of the same truth about men preparing to face battle with only their training and each other to sustain them through whatever comes next. Chapter 4. The Last Gamble. The 30th of August, 1942, 2100 hours. Oberst Albert Briel, commander of the 8th Panzer Regiment, stands in the turret of his Panzer, Mark IV command tank, watching the sun set over British positions, roughly 6 kilometers to the east. Tonight, the Afrika Korps attacks in what will be its final offensive operation in Egypt, a carefully planned assault designed to swing south of the El Alamein fortifications, bypass the Minefields, drive east deep into British rear areas, and then wheel north to sever the 8th Army's supply lines. On paper, examined in the cool confines of a headquarters tent, with colored pins and map overlays, the plan possesses a certain elegant simplicity that recalls Napoleon's better days. In practice, standing here in the pre-battle darkness, with the smell of diesel and sand and his own nervous sweat, Briel knows precisely what the plan does not account for. His regiment's tanks carry enough fuel for roughly 150 kilometers of movement. The objective lies 120 kilometers away. That leaves 30 kilometers for combat maneuvering, for unexpected detours around obstacles, for the inevitable inefficiencies of battle, and for the return journey if things go wrong. He has done the mathematics multiple times. It's hoping each calculation will yield different results. The arithmetic remains stubbornly unchanged. There is simply not enough fuel to execute this operation with any margin for error. At 2200 hours, the engines start on schedule, a rumble that builds into a roar as hundreds of vehicles begin moving into assault positions. History, Briel reflects, with the fatalism of a professional soldier, gives you the orders it gives you regardless of whether those orders make logistical sense. The initial advance proceeds through German minefields protecting their own positions, then into the gaps blown by combat engineers in the British defensive belt. And each explosion lights the night with brilliant flashes that destroy any hope of surprise and provide aiming points for British artillery observers who have been waiting for exactly this eventuality. The Royal Artillery, pre-registered on every likely crossing point, opens fire with a weight and accuracy that shocks even veterans of the Eastern Front. Briel's regiment loses 4 tanks before even crossing the start line, not to enemy armor or anti-tank guns, but to artillery fire directed with almost casual precision onto the minefield gaps where German vehicles must pass in single file, unable to maneuver or disperse. The delay costs 2 hours, 2 precious hours that were built into the timeline with almost no buffer for error. The plan assumed the assault would achieve surprise. That British forces would be caught off balance and slow to respond. Instead, the British are clearly ready, clearly expecting this attack, and responding with the kind of coordinated defensive fire that suggests excellent intelligence and careful preparation. The offensive is already behind schedule, and the fighting has barely begun. Dawn on the 31st of August finds Briel's panzers roughly 15 kilometers beyond the British front line, having penetrated the defensive belt, but at much slower progress than planned. They encounter the 22nd Armored Brigade deployed in precisely the kind of position that German doctrine teaches is almost impossible to assault successfully. Hull down on reverse slopes, with only turrets exposed, supported by dug-in anti-tank guns that have clear fields of fire across the approaches. The British do not charge forward to meet the German tanks in the kind of mobile engagement where German tactical skill and superior optics might tell. They simply wait, forcing the attackers to come to them across ground where every German tank is silhouetted against the sky, while British tanks sit in defilade behind the crest. Briel orders his companies forward because the plan requires taking this ridge, because stopping means failure, because there is no alternative except retreat, and retreat this early would be unconscionable. 3 panzers erupt in flames within the first 2 minutes of the engagement, hit by 6-pounder anti-tank guns firing from concealment. 5 more are damaged, either tracks thrown or optics shattered or engines killed by penetrating shots that find weak points in armor that was designed to resist different threats from different angles. Briel orders a withdrawal to regroup, to find another approach, but to where? The British defensive line stretches as far as reconnaissance can determine. There is no open flank to exploit, no gap through which mobile forces can pour. The tactical situation that made Rommel's reputation, open desert, room to maneuver, opportunities to outthink and outflank the enemy, simply does not exist here. The 1400 hours on the 31st brings a fuel crisis that transforms the offensive from difficult to impossible. A radio message from the supply echelon, transmitted in code that barely disguises the desperation of the logistics officers, that informs Brielle that no fuel resupply can reach forward units until nightfall. The tanker trucks are themselves running low, having consumed fuel in the act of moving forward, and must return to rear area dumps to refill before they can deliver anything to the combat units. The panzers, which have been maneuvering and fighting for 14 hours, must halt or run completely dry. Brielle gives the order to dig in, to position tanks hull down and wait for resupply, knowing that stationary armor in daylight is simply target practice for enemy aircraft. The RAF arrives almost on schedule, formations of Boston and Baltimore bombers flying in the kind of organized waves that the Luftwaffe has not been able to muster for weeks. The Germans lack air cover because the Luftwaffe itself lacks fuel. All because the tankers carrying aviation spirit to North Africa are at the bottom of the Mediterranean because Malta is strangling the supply line with methodical efficiency. The bombs walk across Brielle's position in a pattern that suggests careful observation and precise adjustment, each stick falling slightly closer than the last, until one explodes directly among a platoon of tanks, killing crews and destroying vehicles that cannot maneuver to escape. This is what modern warfare looks like when one side has fuel and the other does not. Not a contest of tactical skill, but simple slaughter. The 1st of September dawns with Rommel himself arriving at the front, riding in his command vehicle to the ridge where Brielle's surviving tanks have spent a miserable night. The field marshal, who has returned from sick leave in Germany specifically for this offensive, looks gaunt and ill, but determined. He stands with Brielle examining British positions through binoculars, studying the defensive arrangements with the eye of a master tactician, who must nevertheless work with inadequate tools. "We must take that ridge," Rommel says, speaking more to himself than to Brielle, pointing at the high ground where British armor and anti-tank guns wait in positions that have been carefully prepared over weeks. Brielle thinks, but does not say. With what fuel? He simply nods and begins issuing orders for another assault, because this is what soldiers do when ordered to attack, regardless of whether the attack makes operational sense. The attack goes in at noon, a coordinated push by every available tank, supported by what little artillery can be spared ammunition. The assault gains 300 meters of ground, loses 22 tanks destroyed or damaged beyond field repair, and achieves nothing of strategic value. The British line holds. British casualties are substantially lighter than German. The exchange rate is unsustainable for an army that cannot replace its losses, and the Africa Corps is very much that army. The 2nd of September, night, brings the decision that everyone who understands the situation has known was inevitable since the offensive began. Rommel orders a withdrawal back through the minefields to the start positions. The word used in the operational directive is strategic withdrawal, the kind of euphemism that military organizations use to make retreat sound like a planned maneuver rather than an admission of failure. Brielle leads his surviving tanks back through the cleared corridors in the minefields, past burning wrecks of vehicles destroyed during the advance, past German wounded waiting for evacuation in the darkness, back to positions they held 4 days earlier. Of the 200 panzers that attacked on the 30th of August, 49 are destroyed beyond recovery, and 58 are damaged badly enough to require depot-level repair that may or may not be possible given the supply situation. The Africa Corps has lost roughly 1/3 of its armor striking power in an offensive that achieved nothing except demonstrating that British defenses are too strong to break with available forces. In the dark, Brielle passes a burning Grant tank, one captured from the British months earlier and pressed into German service, now destroyed and adding to the casualty count. The symbolism is too obvious to require commentary. The Africa Corps has been living on scavenged British equipment for so long that when its own captured tanks burn, the loss diminishes German strength. This is not how victorious armies operate. The casualty returns, when they are finally compiled over the following days, tell a story that contradicts the optimistic assessments being sent to Berlin. The Africa Corps has lost approximately 3,000 men killed, wounded, or missing in 3 days of fighting. Roughly 50 tanks are total losses, with many more damaged. Fuel stockpiles that were inadequate before the battle are now critically depleted. Ammunition expenditure exceeded even pessimistic projections. The British, meanwhile, suffered approximately 1,750 casualties and lost 68 tanks, most of which are recoverable because the British hold the battlefield and can conduct salvage operations at their leisure. The exchange rate, the cold calculation of losses that determines whether an army is winning or losing a campaign, clearly favors the defenders. Auchinleck's defensive doctrine, let them come to us, make them attack prepared positions. Trade space we do not need to give up for time, we need to prepare, has worked exactly as intended. The British army that was retreating in confusion just 2 months earlier has learned how to fight defensively in the desert. They have learned, or perhaps relearned, that tactical brilliance matters less than material superiority when the defense is properly prepared. The strategic implications of Alam Halfa become clear only in the days following the battle, when both sides assess what has changed. For the Africa Corps, this was the last realistic opportunity to break British defenses before the material imbalance became overwhelming. The offensive capability that Rommel relied upon, the ability to maneuver and strike and exploit weaknesses through operational artistry, is now broken. Fuel shortages and the loss of irreplaceable tanks mean that future operations must be defensive, and that the initiative has passed permanently to the British. For the Eighth Army, Alam Halfa provides proof that the new defensive doctrine works, that Rommel can be defeated, that German tactical reputation is not invincible. Montgomery, who has been in command for less than 3 weeks, claims the victory as validation of his approach, even though Auchinleck planned the defensive battle before Montgomery arrived. The mythology of Monty's first victory begins here, built on another man's architecture, but marketed with a showman's understanding of morale and public perception. The truth is more complex, as truth usually is. This battle was won by soldiers who held their positions under bombardment, by anti-tank gunners who engaged panzers at point-blank range, or by logistics officers who ensured that British tanks had fuel while German tanks did not, and by intelligence officers who read German signals and gave advance warning of the attack. Montgomery's contribution was to not interfere with a plan that was working, which is itself a form of military wisdom that should not be dismissed, but neither was this victory purely his achievement. On the 4th of September, an ultra-intercept delivers to British intelligence a signal from Rommel to Berlin that confirms what battlefield assessment has already suggested. The decrypt, handled with the extraordinary security measures that protect the fact that German codes are broken, reads in part, attack abandoned, heavy enemy air superiority, shortage fuel and ammunition. The situation compels assumption of defensive. This is defeat acknowledged in writing, transmitted by a commander who must explain failure to superiors who expected victory. In London, Churchill receives the news with relief bordering on euphoria. Finally, after years of disasters and retreats, the British Army has defeated a German force in open battle. The church bells that have been silent since Dunkirk will ring again. But here in the desert, where soldiers on both sides dig in and prepare for the battle everyone knows is coming next, there is less celebration than simply grim determination to see the campaign through to conclusion. The German and Italian soldiers who survived Alam Halfa know they are now defending against an enemy who grows stronger while they grow weaker. The British and Commonwealth soldiers who held the line know they must soon attack those same German positions, and attacking is always harder than defending. The battle is won, but the war continues, and the butcher's bill for final victory has not yet been fully paid. Chapter 5. The Man Who Arrived. The 13th of August, 1942, late afternoon. Captain Carol Mather, a liaison officer recently attached to 8th Army headquarters, watches a dust cloud approach across the desert from the direction of Cairo. The cloud resolves into a staff car traveling at considerable speed despite the heat and the rough track. The vehicle stops in front of the headquarters tent, and out steps Lieutenant General Bernard Law Montgomery, wearing an Australian bush hat, that he is apparently appropriated from some previous owner, and carrying himself with the kind of absolute self-confidence that can be either inspiring or insufferable, depending on one's perspective. Within 12 hours, Montgomery will abolish all contingency plans for retreat, physically tearing up the paperwork in front of assembled staff officers and declaring that the 8th Army stands at El Alamein and stands firm with no further withdrawal under any circumstances. Within 2 days, he will have visited multiple frontline units, spoken directly to soldiers in groups of 50 to 100 men, and begun the process of transforming an army that has forgotten how to believe in victory. Mather, who has served under 3 commanders in the past year and watched each arrive with promises that ultimately failed to materialize, observes this new general with professional skepticism leavened by desperate hope. This man is either a genuine article, Mather thinks, or magnificently deluded, quite possibly both, which might be exactly what the 8th Army needs at this particular moment. Montgomery's first full staff conference on the evening of the 13th sets a tone that will define his command. He addresses senior officers with a directness that borders on brutal honesty, telling them that the period of defeat is over, that the 8th Army will not retreat another yard, that they will fight on ground they currently hold, and they will defeat Rommel in battle when the time comes. And not might defeat, or hope to defeat, or any of the careful qualifications that professional soldiers use to avoid making promises that battles might not fulfill. Will defeat. The certainty is either infuriating or infectious, depending on the officer hearing it. Some of the assembled commanders, veterans of the Desert Campaign, who have watched grand pronouncements dissolve into chaos under German assault, exchange skeptical glances. Others, particularly those who have been quietly despairing at the seemingly endless pattern of British defeat, feel something shift in their assessment of what might be possible. Montgomery's genius, if genius is the right word, lies not in tactical innovation, but in psychological manipulation of the most productive kind. And he understands that armies are not merely collections of equipment and trained personnel, but rather organisms with morale and belief systems that determine what they can accomplish. An army that believes it will lose generally does lose. An army convinced of eventual victory fights differently, makes different decisions under pressure, endures hardships that would break a force that has already psychologically surrendered. The 15th of August brings Montgomery's first extended tour of frontline positions. He travels in an open vehicle, standing when possible to be visible, visiting battalion and company positions, rather than merely conferring with brigade commanders. At each stop, he gathers soldiers in groups large enough to hear him speak, but small enough to feel personally addressed. The talks vary slightly, but the core message remains constant. Rommel thinks you are beaten. He is wrong. We are going to hit him hard. And I am going to tell you exactly how we are going to do it. The specificity matters. Soldiers have been promised victory before, but rarely has a commander laid out his operational concept to ordinary riflemen and tank crews. Montgomery explains in broad terms that the 8th Army will build up overwhelming strength, that they will attack in October when ready and not before, that the battle will be methodical and carefully planned rather than improvised. Soldiers later report, in oral histories collected decades afterward, that what struck them most was not the content of Montgomery's speeches, but his manner. He looked at them as if they mattered, as if their lives and their courage were not simply resources to be expended, but rather assets to be valued and employed effectively. This is calculated theater, to be certain, but theater in service of a genuine military purpose. The 19th of August introduces what will become one of Montgomery's most recognizable affectations, the black beret of the Royal Tank Regiment, worn with cap badges from multiple units pinned to the front. The headgear is instantly distinctive, deliberately chosen to be visible at a distance, to serve as a symbol that soldiers can recognize and associate with their commander. When men see that beret moving through their positions, they stand straighter, feel more confident, believe that someone at the top understands what they are facing. Mather, observing this process with the analytical eye of a staff officer who understands command dynamics, realizes he is watching the manufacturing of an icon. Montgomery is creating a persona, a public image that serves operational purposes by boosting morale and creating a sense of confident leadership. Some officers find this distasteful, preferring commanders who lead through professional competence rather than personal showmanship. Others recognize that both approaches can coexist, that a general can be professionally competent and also understand the value of visible, confident leadership. The British Army in August 1942 needs both. It needs a commander who actually knows how to fight a methodical set-piece battle, and it needs that commander to project absolute certainty that victory is achievable. Yes, the 10th of September brings a detailed planning conference at Montgomery's headquarters, now established in a caravan that he has commandeered and made his personal residence. The choice to live in a caravan rather than a requisition building or tent sends its own message. Montgomery will be mobile, forward, close to his army rather than safely distant in Cairo. The conference addresses the offensive plan for October, with corps commanders briefed on their roles using colored pencils on maps, and the kind of methodical detail that Montgomery insisted upon during his years as an instructor at the Staff College. Lieutenant General Oliver Leese, commanding 30th Corps, will lead the infantry assault. Lieutenant General Herbert Lumsden, commanding 10th Corps. Lopet will pass armor through the breaches created by infantry and engage German reserves. The plan is explained with almost pedagogical clarity. First we do this, then we do that. Then we achieve this result. Some officers, particularly those with armored backgrounds who chafe at being told their role is to support the infantry, rather than to independently maneuver, find Montgomery's certainty presumptuous. Others appreciate finally having a clear, comprehensible plan rather than the confused improvisations that characterized earlier battles. 23rd of September finds Montgomery alone in his caravan late at night, reviewing casualty projections for the coming offensive. The estimated British losses range as high as 13,000 men, killed, wounded, and missing. The projection is based on historical data from similar operations, each adjusted for specific terrain and expected resistance. Mather, delivering a report, finds his commander studying these figures with an expression that reveals nothing. Montgomery files the casualty estimates without comment, returns to studying tank deployment diagrams. The public Montgomery projects unwavering confidence and certainty. The private Montgomery, visible only to his immediate staff, carries the knowledge that victory will be purchased with thousands of British and Commonwealth lives. This duality, the showman who inspires and the professional who counts costs, defines effective high command in modern war. The casualties are not abstract to Montgomery, but neither can he allow concern for inevitable losses to paralyze decision-making. The operational calculus is brutally simple. These casualties, terrible as they are, all represent the price of victory, and victory is necessary because defeat would cost more in the long run. This is the mathematics of command at the strategic level, where individual lives must be weighed against collective survival. The materiel buildup that supports Montgomery's confidence is real and substantial, not merely psychological posturing. Between mid-August and late October, British strength at El Alamein grows from roughly 150,000 men to 195,000. Tank strength increases from approximately 700 to 1,029, with the crucial addition of 318 American Sherman tanks that provide a qualitative edge previously lacking. Artillery pieces number 908. Ammunition stockpiles approach 1.5 million shells. And air superiority becomes absolute as the Royal Air Force accumulates overwhelming numbers of aircraft. This buildup is visible even to ordinary soldiers. Every night brings convoys of trucks moving forward. Every day sees new gun positions being prepared, replacement units arriving, supply dumps growing. The 8th Army is transforming from a force barely holding defensive positions into an offensive weapon of industrial scale. Montgomery did not create this buildup. The logistics train was already in motion before he arrived, but he is the beneficiary of it, and he has the showmanship to claim credit and use it to maximum psychological effect. The mythology that grows around Montgomery during these months sometimes obscures a more complex reality. He did not invent the defensive plan that stopped Rommel at Alam Halfa. Auchinleck prepared those positions and developed the defensive doctrine that Montgomery executed. He did not create the logistical advantage that makes British victory likely, that flows from strategic decisions made in London and Washington and from ultra-intelligence that savages Axis supply lines. What Montgomery brings is clarity of purpose, excellent staff work, methodical planning, and an almost theatrical ability to project confidence that transforms how an army sees itself. These are not small contributions. An army with excellent equipment and terrible morale accomplishes less than an adequately equipped force that believes in its mission and its commanders. Montgomery understands this psychological dimension of warfare, as well as anyone in the British Army, and he exploits that understanding ruthlessly in service of victory. His certainty is partly genuine professional assessment based on material superiority, partly calculated performance intended to shape subordinate behavior, and partly self-deception that allows him to function under the enormous stress of high command. This mixture of reality, theater, and personal conviction makes Montgomery simultaneously an effective general and a difficult personality. The irony that will only become clear in post-war scholarship is that Montgomery's appointment was itself an accident of circumstance. Lieutenant General William Gott, Churchill's first choice to command the Eighth Army, died on the 7th of August when his transport aircraft was intercepted by German fighters and shot down over the desert. Montgomery, and serving in Britain and preparing for entirely different operations, was Churchill's second choice, appointed only because Gott was unavailable. The man who would become synonymous with Alamein, who would build his entire post-war reputation on this campaign, received the command through a chance encounter between a Messerschmitt and a transport plane flying a few hundred feet above the sand. Had that aircraft arrived at its destination safely, had Gott lived to command the Eighth Army, the October offensive might have unfolded very differently, or perhaps not. Material superiority and careful planning might have achieved victory regardless of who held overall command. History is shaped by such accidents more often than we care to admit. And the careful determinism of historical narratives often obscures the role of pure chance in determining outcomes. By early October, Montgomery has transformed the Eighth Army from a defensive force into an offensive weapon poised to strike. The transformation is partly material, more tanks, more guns, more supplies, and partly psychological. Soldiers who, 2 months earlier, were exhausted and demoralized, now drill with purpose, maintain equipment with care, and speak of the coming attack with confidence rather than dread. They have been told repeatedly that they will win, that the plan is solid, that their commander knows what he is doing. More importantly, they have been given evidence to support these claims: the successful defense at Alam Halfa, the visible buildup of overwhelming force, the constant presence of their commander visiting units and projecting certainty. The Eighth Army in October 1942 is not the same organization that retreated in confusion during June. It has been rebuilt, retrained, and given a new sense of purpose. Whether this will prove sufficient when battle is joined remains to be seen, but the foundation has been carefully laid. The question now is whether the plan that looks so elegant on maps and in staff conferences can survive contact with an enemy who, even in defeat, remains dangerous and professionally competent. That test approaches, scheduled for late October, and with it comes the moment when confidence must transform into actual victory or reveal itself as a hollow optimism. The desert, indifferent to human planning and human confidence alike, or waits to render its judgment on both armies and both commanders. Chapter 6. The Fortress in the Sand. The 15th of September, 1942, dawn. Hauptmann Wilhelm Bach, a combat engineer in the Wehrmacht, who has spent the better part of his adult life building things that are meant to last, surveys a minefield his company laid during the previous night. 500,000 mines now lie buried in the sand between the British positions and the German defensive line, creating a belt of buried explosives that extends in some places 5 kilometers deep. The mines are a mixture of German Teller anti-tank mines, S-mines designed to maim infantry, captured British ordnance repurposed with German fuses, and improvised devices that Bach's engineers have created from artillery shells, buried nose up with pressure detonators scavenged from damaged equipment. His men have taken to calling this defensive obstacle the Devil's Garden, a name that captures both the lethality of what they have created and the grim humor that sustains soldiers doing dangerous work. Bach, studying the minefield that looks from above like nothing more than undisturbed desert, calls it inadequate. British mine detectors can locate metallic mines with reasonable efficiency. To counter this, his engineers have begun mixing in non-metallic Italian box mines, glass mines that produce almost no magnetic signature, and booby traps that create psychological pressure even where actual density is lower than British intelligence might estimate. On paper, and seen as lines on a defensive schematic, the minefield is formidable. But paper does not account for British artillery, for weeks of bombardment that will detonate mines randomly, for the grim determination of enemy engineers who will crawl forward under fire to clear lanes. Bach knows what is coming. They will shell us for days, he thinks, then walk through. The only question is how many of them we can stop before they reach our main line. The engineering challenge of creating effective defenses in desert sand is substantial and underappreciated. Sand does not hold trenches the way European soil does. Walls collapse, parapets slump. Overhead cover requires timber or steel that must be trucked hundreds of kilometers from rear areas. Bach's engineers improvise with whatever materials they can acquire or capture. Now, wrecked vehicles are pushed into position and filled with sand to create improvised bunkers. Italian concrete blocks, manufactured in Libya before British advances disrupted production, are carefully positioned to protect machine gun posts. Captured British steel pickets are driven into harder ground where rock lies close beneath the surface. The defensive positions that emerge from this labor are works of desperate ingenuity, not the concrete fortifications of the Siegfried Line or the elaborate trench systems of the Great War, but rather sand castles reinforced with scrap metal, functional for their purpose but fragile in ways that more permanent fortifications would not be. Each strongpoint houses 30 to 50 men with interlocking fields of fire, supplied with ammunition and water sufficient for several days of combat, all connected by communication trenches where sand permits and by exposed paths where it does not. From the air, these positions would be nearly invisible. From the ground, they represent hundreds of hours of backbreaking labor under the sun, digging and filling and reinforcing against an enemy whose material superiority grows more obvious each day. The 18th of September brings Bach to inspect Italian defensive positions in the southern sector of the line, and what he finds there troubles him more than he can safely express in official reports. The Italian units, despite the personal courage of individual soldiers, simply lack the equipment and support that effective defense requires. Their artillery is obsolete. Their anti-tank guns are ineffective against modern British armor. Their supply situation is even worse than the Germans. A colonel in the Bersaglieri, one of the elite Italian units, speaks with Bach in careful French, because neither man's German or Italian is adequate for technical discussion. "We will do our best," the Italian officer says, with the bleak honesty of a professional assessing an impossible situation. Our best may not be good enough. Bach cannot disagree. He files a report noting the vulnerabilities in the Italian sector, recommending that German reserves be positioned to respond quickly when, not if, British attacks breach those positions. The recommendation is noted, perhaps acted upon, but there are not enough German reserves to shore up every weak point in a 40-mile defensive line. The Axis coalition in North Africa, always an awkward alliance between Germans who treat their Italian partners as inferior and Italians who resent German condescension, is beginning to fracture under the stress of impending defeat. The 3rd of October sees intensive work on the strongpoint system that will form the backbone of German defensive doctrine. Each strongpoint is being dug deeper, reinforced more heavily, supplied more thoroughly. The men doing this work understand they are building positions they may have to defend with their lives. A German corporal, working with a section to reinforce overhead cover on a machine gun bunker, jokes with the gallows humor common among soldiers that they are building their own graves, but at least the graves have good fire lanes. The men laugh because the alternative is to contemplate too seriously what they are preparing for. Third, the mathematics of defensive warfare are straightforward. Properly dug-in infantry with good fields of fire can inflict casualties on attacking forces at rates that favor the defender by factors of 3 or 4 to 1. But this calculation assumes adequate ammunition, available artillery support, and ability to maneuver reserves to threatened sectors. The Africa Corps and its Italian allies have questionable supply of all three. They are building a fortress in sand, reinforcing it as best they can, and hoping that professional competence will compensate for material inferiority. History suggests this hope is usually disappointed. The 10th of October brings Rommel back from medical leave in Germany, returned to theater despite ongoing illness, because he cannot bear to be absent when the decisive battle comes. His inspection tour of the defensive positions includes a stop at Bach's sector, where the field marshal examines the minefields, the strong points, the interlocking fire plans with the eye of a master defensive tactician. "Excellent work," Rommel tells Bach, speaking with what seems like genuine appreciation for the engineering effort invested in these preparations. Then, more quietly, perhaps thinking aloud rather than deliberately sharing doubts with a subordinate, "But they have more teeth than we have positions." Bach has never heard Rommel sound fatalistic before. The Desert Fox has always projected confidence, certainty that German tactical skill would overcome material disadvantages. This note of resignation, this acknowledgement that excellence might not be enough, strikes Bach as profoundly disturbing. If Rommel doubts the outcome, what hope do the rest of them have? The 20th of October marks a quiet evening, relatively speaking, along the defensive line. No major patrol activity, no significant artillery exchanges, just the routine tension of two armies facing each other across a few kilometers of sand, both aware that the calm cannot last. Bach writes a letter to his wife back in Germany, carefully composed to pass military censors who prohibit any discussion of operational matters or expressions of defeatism. He writes, "We have done everything possible with what we have. The British must come soon. We cannot sustain this intensity indefinitely. Every night we hear their trucks, endless trucks. They are building something enormous. We are just trying to survive it." The letter is intercepted, as many letters are. Read by German postal censorship officials who monitor mail for morale indicators and security breaches, then filed in archives where it will survive the war. Historians reading this letter decades later will recognize it as representative, not unique to Bach, but rather typical of the mindset among German soldiers at Alamein, who understood their situation with professional clarity. They knew they were outnumbered, outgunned, and running out of time. They knew the coming battle would be the most severe test they had faced, and they knew their duty was to fight regardless of the odds, because this is what soldiers do when given defensive positions to hold. The defensive system that Bach and thousands of other engineers and infantry have created by late October represents the best that German and Italian forces can achieve with available resources. The minefield belt is extensive if not completely dense. The strong points are well constructed if not invulnerable. The fire plans are thorough if not supported by adequate artillery ammunition. The German doctrine relies on mobile reserves, particularly panzer divisions, to counterattack penetrations before they can be exploited. This requires fuel for the panzers to maneuver, ammunition for them to fight, and air cover to protect them during daylight movement. None of these prerequisites exists in sufficient quantity. The panzers are critically short on fuel, unable to conduct the kind of rapid repositioning that German doctrine envisions. The ammunition situation, while better than the fuel situation, still imposes strict fire discipline that limits how effectively artillery can support counterattacks. And the Luftwaffe, once dominant in North African skies, is now a token presence, outnumbered by Royal Air Force squadrons that operate with near impunity. The defensive system looks formidable on maps, and in some ways, it is formidable. But formidable defenses still fail when attacked by overwhelming force, and the force being assembled on the other side of the line is very much overwhelming. The material disparity is visible even to ordinary soldiers who lack access to intelligence reports or strategic assessments. German sentries watch British positions at night and see rivers of vehicle headlights moving forward, supply convoys that seem endless, in bringing ammunition and fuel and rations in quantities that the Africa Corps can only envy. They hear the sound of tanks moving into position, heavy armor being positioned for assault, an armored concentration that dwarfs anything the Germans can match. Luftwaffe reconnaissance, when aircraft can be spared enough fuel to fly missions, brings back photographs showing massive British artillery deployments, tank parks containing hundreds of vehicles, supply dumps stacked with enough material to sustain weeks of intensive combat. Intelligence officers analyze these photographs and produce estimates that are shared with senior commanders, but not with ordinary soldiers who might find them demoralizing. British material superiority approaches 3-to-1 in most categories, possibly higher in artillery and absolutely higher in air power. Even the professional soldiers who understand what these numbers mean recognize that the coming battle will be decided not by tactical brilliance or operational artistry, but by simple attrition, by which side can sustain losses longer. And in a war of attrition, the side with 3 times the resources usually wins. One aspect of the defensive preparations that receives less attention, but carries significant psychological weight, is the mixing of German and Italian units along the line. In some sectors, German battalions hold critical positions, while Italian divisions defend less threatened areas. In other sectors, German and Italian units are intermixed, with the theory being that German tactical competence will stiffen Italian resolve. In practice, this arrangement creates coordination problems and reinforces the sense among Italian soldiers that they are not fully trusted by their German allies. The language barriers alone create difficulties. Orders must be translated, liaison officers must facilitate communication that should be direct and immediate. More fundamentally, the two armies have different training, different doctrine, different equipment, and different levels of morale. Italian soldiers, many of whom were conscripted from agricultural regions and given minimal training, are being asked to face British armor and artillery, with weapons and equipment that are simply inadequate for modern warfare. Some Italian units will fight with desperate courage when the battle comes. Yet others will collapse quickly when subjected to bombardment. They cannot return effectively, and attacks they cannot contain. The variation in Italian performance will be less about individual bravery than about unit cohesion, leadership, and the simple reality that courage alone cannot stop artillery shells or armored vehicles when you lack the weapons to fight back effectively. By the end of October, the defensive preparations are as complete as time and resources permit. The Devil's Garden is planted, the strong points are manned, the fire plans are registered, and the reserves are positioned, as well as fuel limitations allow. Bach, in his journal, writes a final entry before the battle begins. "We have built a fortress in sand. Sand shifts, sand blows away, but perhaps it will hold long enough." The metaphor is more apt than perhaps he intends. The entire Axis position in North Africa is built on shifting sand, sustained by captured supplies and diminishing resources, defended by soldiers who know intellectually that they are fighting a losing campaign, but who will fight anyway because duty and professionalism demand it. The defenses at El Alamein are real, dangerous, and capable of inflicting terrible casualties on attacking forces, but they are also fundamentally inadequate to stop an enemy with unlimited ammunition, overwhelming air power, and the industrial capacity to replace every loss sustained, while the defenders cannot replace anything. The fortress is as strong as desperate ingenuity can make it. Whether that strength is sufficient is a question that will be answered shortly, and in ways that are predictable to anyone who understands logistics, but must nonetheless be fought out because wars are not decided by rational calculations alone, but by the actions of men under fire who refuse to surrender until surrender is the only option remaining. The desert, which has witnessed human struggles for millennia, prepares to witness another contest between armies who bring all their equipment and training and courage to a landscape that cares nothing for any of it. Chapter 7. Empire's Arsenal. The 1st of October, 1942, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Steele of the Royal Army Service Corps stands on a dock in Alexandria watching a Liberty ship named Robert E. Peary complete its unloading cycle. The vessel made the Atlantic crossing as part of a convoy and survived the submarine-infested waters that claim so many merchantmen, rounded Africa through the Cape route because the Mediterranean remains too dangerous for regular cargo traffic, and delivered 10,000 tons of cargo, including 40 American Sherman tanks still gleaming with factory paint. This is the 14th Liberty ship to arrive this week, each one adding to stockpiles that grow with mathematical inevitability. Steele maintains ledgers that track the accumulation with bureaucratic precision. 100,000 tons of ammunition, 300,000 gallons of fuel, 500,000 rations, countless spare parts and replacement equipment, and all the mundane necessities that sustain a modern army in combat. Montgomery has demanded a 3-to-1 superiority in everything before launching his offensive. Yet Steele is providing 4-to-1 in most categories, sometimes more. In his office, he keeps a map with pins showing Rommel's estimated fuel state based on ultra-intelligence intercepts. The German pin has barely moved in 3 weeks, hovering just above the critical threshold. The British pin climbs steadily higher, each day adding to reserves that already exceed what the Africa Corps possesses by factors that should make the coming battle's outcome a mathematical certainty. War as accounting, Steele thinks. We are burying them in American steel and British logistics before the first shot is fired. The 4th of October brings the arrival of American armor that represents not just numerical superiority, but qualitative advantage. The Sherman tank, it produced in factories across the United States and shipped across an ocean to fight in a desert, embodies industrial warfare at its most fundamental. British tank crews, assembled for familiarization training, walk around these vehicles with expressions mixing professional assessment and genuine appreciation. The Sherman is not perfect. Its gasoline engine is more vulnerable to fire than diesel. Its high profile makes it easier to spot and hit. And its armor is adequate, but not exceptional. But it has a 75mm gun mounted in a fully rotating turret, meaning British crews can engage targets without exposing the entire vehicle the way the Grant tank's hull-mounted gun required. It has a reliable radial engine developed for aircraft that, while thirsty for fuel, actually starts consistently in the desert conditions. It has mechanical reliability that British tank designs have struggled to match. A sergeant pats the hull of his newly assigned Sherman with the kind of affection usually reserved for living things, and mutters that this is what they needed a year ago. The comment captures a truth about modern warfare. Victory often goes to the side that brings adequate equipment in overwhelming quantity rather than to the side with perfect equipment in insufficient numbers. Montgomery has requisitioned 318 Shermans for the offensive. They will not all survive the battle, but there will be replacements available. The Germans cannot say the same. The 8th of October sees artillery concentration on a scale that dwarfs anything previously assembled in the North African theater. 908 field guns and medium artillery pieces are being registered on German positions with the methodical precision that only the Royal Artillery, heir to centuries of gunnery tradition, can manage. Survey teams triangulate every strong point, every suspected enemy position, every likely assembly area for counterattacks. Ammunition dumps contain 1.5 million shells, carefully sorted by caliber and type, positioned close enough to the gun lines to minimize transportation time, but far enough back to be relatively safe from German counter-battery fire. Brigadier Sidney Kirkman, the artillery commander whose operational plan will turn shells into a moving wall of steel behind which infantry will advance, explains to Steele during a logistics coordination meeting that they will fire more ordnance in the first 24 hours than most wars consume in months. If we run out of ammunition, Kirkman says with the kind of dark humor that sustains men planning industrial-scale violence, we have already lost. Steele assures him that ammunition resupply is continuous, that the dumps can sustain the planned firing rates for weeks if necessary. The conversation is surreal in its implications. Two officers calmly discussing the logistics of delivering 1.5 million artillery shells to positions where they will be fired at human beings, discussing this with the same professional detachment they might use to discuss railway schedules or warehouse inventory. This is what modern war demands of its practitioners, the ability to see past the human consequences to the operational necessities, to plan mass violence with the efficiency of factory production. The 12th of October introduces an element of deception that demonstrates the sophistication of British operational planning. While real supplies flow northward to the Alamein positions, dummy equipment is deployed 200 miles south to suggest an offensive in that sector. The deception operation, codenamed Bertram, involves elaborate theater. Canvas stretched over wooden frames creates dummy tanks that look real from the air. Fake radio traffic mimics the communications pattern of armored divisions preparing for assault. trucks move dummy fuel pipelines southward by day, creating the appearance of infrastructure development. Meanwhile, the actual buildup in the north is disguised. Real tanks are positioned under camouflage netting that makes them appear to be trucks. Real ammunition dumps are designed to look like ordinary supply stockpiles. German reconnaissance aircraft photograph exactly what British deception planners want them to photograph. Intelligence assessments in Rommel's headquarters, based on these photographs and intercepted radio signals, conclude that the main British attack will come in the south. The entire elaborate scheme costs relatively little in resources, but potentially saves thousands of lives by ensuring that when the real attack comes in the north, German reserves are positioned in the wrong place. Steele's role in this deception is to ensure that the fake supply dumps look convincing when photographed, and that the movement patterns of actual supplies do not betray the location of the real offensive. It is quartermaster work transformed into strategic weapon. The 18th of October brings preparations that Steele finds more sobering than the accumulation of weapons and ammunition. Field hospitals expand capacity to handle 10,000 casualties. Blood banks stockpile plasma in quantities that represent thousands of donations from civilians back in Britain. Ambulances are positioned, surgical instruments sterilized and re-sterilized, morphine allocated in amounts that suggest anticipated suffering on a massive scale. The medical logistics are as carefully planned as the ammunition supply, because modern armies must prepare to treat their wounded with the same efficiency they prepare to create enemy casualties. Steele, reviewing the medical supply requisitions, confronts the human reality behind the operational planning. Each pallet of medical supplies represents anticipated wounds, anticipated blood loss, anticipated men who will require emergency surgery or long-term care or burial. The casualty projections exist in documents that Steele has seen, but that are not widely shared. 13,000 British casualties expected, possibly more if the battle extends beyond planned timelines. 13,000 means 13,000 families receiving telegrams, 13,000 lives disrupted or ended, 13,000 individual tragedies compressed into a single number on a planning document. Steele has a moment of profound disquiet, and quickly suppressed because the supplies must still be organized and the work must continue regardless of moral qualms about what the work supports. The 21st of October marks the arrival of the last major supply convoy before the offensive begins. A New Zealand corporal, part of a working party unloading crates at a forward dump, helps move boxes marked ordnance that contain brand new 6-pounder anti-tank guns. He jokes with his mates that they are still sending equipment when they already have enough to invade Berlin. The comment reflects a truth that is strategically deliberate. Montgomery has insisted on massive oversupply, on accumulating reserves beyond what planning documents suggest is necessary. Because battles consume supplies at unpredictable rates, and running out of ammunition or fuel at a critical moment can turn victory into disaster. The excess is insurance, a buffer against the friction and chaos that characterize combat. Churchill, thousands of miles away in London, has authorized this lavish expenditure of British and American resources because he understands that this battle must be won, that failure at El Alamein would have political and strategic consequences extending far beyond the North African theater. The Prime Minister has bet British prestige and his own political survival on Montgomery delivering a decisive victory. Montgomery has responded by demanding every possible advantage, and Churchill has provided it. If the material superiority accumulating at El Alamein approaches absurd proportions by any reasonable standard, British forces possess 1,029 operational tanks versus 489 Axis tanks, of which only 278 are German. In artillery, 908 guns versus 475. In aircraft, 530 versus 350, with the critical difference that British aircraft have adequate fuel while many German aircraft sit grounded for lack of aviation spirit. But raw numbers understate the actual disparity. British tanks can be maintained and repaired using ample stocks of spare parts. German tanks, when they break down, often cannot be fixed because replacement parts are stuck in Italy waiting for convoys that never arrive. Because British artillery has ammunition sufficient for weeks of sustained firing. German artillery operates under strict ammunition discipline that limits firing rates to conserve shells. British aircraft fly multiple sorties per day, conducting reconnaissance and ground attack without fuel constraints. German aircraft fly when they can, which is increasingly seldom. The material advantage is not merely quantitative, but qualitative. It is the difference between an army that can sustain operations indefinitely and an army that must win quickly or not at all. The logistics infrastructure supporting this buildup represents one of the genuine triumphs of British military administration in the Second World War. Convoys sail from Britain and America on schedules that account for submarine threat, weather, and shipping availability. And cargo is prioritized, loaded, and tracked through systems that ensure high-priority items reach Egypt first. Ports in Alexandria and Port Said unload ships with efficient urgency, moving cargo onto trucks and trains that carry it to forward dumps near the battle line. The trucks themselves, many of them American-built, part of the Lend-Lease program, circulate continuously, consuming fuel in the act of delivering fuel, but doing so at sustainable rates because the supply chain has depth and redundancy. Contrast this with the Axis situation, where single convoy losses create immediate operational crises, where trucks are so scarce that logistics officers must choose between delivering fuel or delivering ammunition, where the supply chain has no redundancy and any disruption creates cascading failures. Lord Leathers, the British Minister of War Transport, who orchestrates the convoy system from London, receives almost no public recognition, but his bureaucratic competence makes Montgomery's offensive possible. War is decided by quartermasters and shipping clerks as much as by generals and tank commanders, and the British have simply outperformed the Axis in this unglamorous but essential dimension of modern conflict. The week before the offensive begins, Steele conducts a final inventory and assessment. Every requirement Montgomery specified has been met or exceeded. Fuel stockpiles could sustain current operations for months. Ammunition reserves are sufficient for the planned barrage and several weeks of subsequent combat. Food, water, medical supplies, spare parts, and all the countless small items that armies consume are abundant. The Eighth Army is as ready as logistics can make it, which is to say ready in every material sense. Whether soldiers are ready psychologically, whether the plan will work operationally, whether Montgomery can deliver the victory that all this supply makes possible, these questions lie outside Steele's domain of responsibility. His job was to ensure that British forces have overwhelming material advantage. That job is complete. The Germans will fight with skill and courage, defending positions prepared with professional competence, but they will do so with inadequate ammunition, insufficient fuel, obsolete equipment in Italian units, and no prospect of resupply if the battle extends beyond a few days. The outcome is not absolutely certain. Battles contain too much friction and chance for certainty. But the mathematics strongly favor Britain, and Steele has done everything logistics can do to weight those mathematics even further in Britain's favor. Now, the fighting must validate or refute the calculations, must transform the accumulated supplies into actual battlefield results. The convoys keep coming even as the battle approaches because supply continues regardless of what happens at the front. But the critical accumulation is complete. The arsenal of empire has delivered overwhelming force to a desert that will soon witness whether industrial might can indeed overcome tactical skill when the material disparity becomes absolute. Chapter 8. The Plan. The 15th of October, 1942, 2300 hours. Brigadier Freddy de Guangzand, Montgomery's chief of staff and the officer responsible for transforming broad operational concepts into detailed executable orders, completes the final draft of the document that will govern the largest British offensive operation since the dark days of France in 1940. The operational plan for what will be called Operation Lightfoot runs to 87 pages of typed orders, appendices, and annexes. Every battalion knows its objective, designated by code name and grid coordinates. Every artillery battery has its target list, fire schedules calculated to the minute. Every engineer company understands which minefield gaps it must clear and by what time. The plan accounts for German strongpoints identified through reconnaissance. for Italian defensive positions mapped from aerial photography. A's for fuel consumption rates and casualty evacuation routes, and even traffic control measures to prevent thousands of vehicles from creating immobile jams in the narrow corridors through the minefields. De Guingamp studies the map with its colored pins showing phases of attack, the careful geometry of a battle planned with almost academic precision. On paper, examined under electric lights with hot tea at hand, the operation works perfectly. Every contingency has been considered, every resource allocated, every timeline calculated with margins for error. His hands shake slightly as he lights a cigarette, a small tremor that speaks to the weight of what he has helped create. On paper, the Titanic was unsinkable, he thinks. The comparison is not comforting. The 16th of October brings the commanders' conference. At Montgomery's opportunity to brief corps and divisional commanders on exactly how the battle will unfold. The generals and brigadiers gather in a tent that has been prepared with sandbox models showing the terrain, the defensive positions, the planned axes of advance. Montgomery uses a pointer to trace routes on the sand, explaining with the clarity of a staff college instructor exactly what he expects from each formation. Phase 1. Infantry divisions of 30th Corps will attack on a 2-division front, clearing corridors through the minefields under cover of the largest artillery barrage ever fired in North Africa. Phase 2. Armored divisions of 10th Corps will pass through these corridors and engage German panzer reserves in the kind of set-piece tank battle where British numerical superiority should prove decisive. This Phase 3, once German armor is destroyed or sufficiently degraded, infantry will conduct crumbling operations, methodical attacks against isolated strongpoints, destroying enemy forces piece by piece rather than attempting a dramatic breakthrough. Montgomery estimates 12 days from initial assault to complete victory. Some officers listening to this briefing look skeptical, their expressions suggesting they have heard optimistic timelines before and watched them collapse under contact with the enemy. Montgomery's response is characteristically direct. "I have done this before at the Staff College, trust me. Whether this inspires confidence or increases doubt depends on the individual officer, but the plan is now set and will be executed regardless of personal reservations." The 18th of October sees Lieutenant General Oliver Leese briefing his 30th Corps infantry commanders on their role in the opening assault. The infantry will attack on a front of roughly 4 divisions, advancing toward objectives 6,000 yards beyond the start line. The timing is critical. They must clear the minefields and reach their objectives by dawn, because advancing in daylight would expose them to German anti-tank guns and concentrated fire that might stop the assault entirely. Leese explains the concept with professional competence, but cannot entirely mask the magnitude of what he is asking. Infantry will walk behind a creeping artillery barrage, following a wall of explosions that will advance 100 yards every 3 minutes. They will cross minefields in darkness, with sappers clearing paths while under fire, while German artillery responds with counter-battery fire aimed at the exact corridors where British forces must advance. The casualties will be severe. Everyone in the room understands this without it being stated explicitly. But the plan requires this sacrifice, requires infantry to punch through the defensive crust so that armor can exploit into more open ground beyond. De Guingamp, observing these briefings, watches faces and sees men calculating costs. Commanders mentally preparing themselves to spend lives in service of operational objectives. This is the burden of high command, sending other men's sons to die in execution of plans made intense with sand tables. The 19th of October brings detailed artillery coordination, Brigadier Sidney Kirkman's domain. The fire plan is a masterpiece of technical planning, 592 guns firing according to schedules timed to the second. The barrage will begin with counter-battery fire designed to suppress German artillery, preventing them from disrupting the infantry assault. Then the fire will shift to the forward defensive positions, plastering strong points and trenches with high explosive. Finally, the creeping barrage, shells falling in a line that advances steadily toward British objectives while infantry follows as closely behind as they dare. The plan requires 1,000 tons of shells in the first 24 hours alone, an expenditure that would bankrupt most nations but that Britain can sustain through its industrial production and global supply network. A. Kirkman explains to de Guingamp during a planning review that if they run out of ammunition, the battle is already lost. They will not run out. The dumps are overflowing, the resupply chain is functioning perfectly, and British artillery will fire at rates that German gunners can only envy. The disparity in artillery support may prove as decisive as the disparity in tank numbers. Defenders who cannot receive fire support and cannot suppress attackers with their own guns are defending at catastrophic disadvantage. The 21st of October introduces the final element of the plan, Operation Bertram, the deception that has convinced German intelligence the main attack will come in the south. Intelligence officers explain how dummy equipment, false radio traffic, and carefully orchestrated logistics movements have created a phantom army preparing to attack where no attack will come. Ultra intercepts suggest the deception is working, that Rommel's headquarters believes British armor is concentrated in the southern sector. This means German reserves will be positioned to respond to an attack that never materializes, while the real assault comes in the north, where defenses are strong but reserves are insufficient. De Guingamp reviews the intelligence assessments with the caution of a staff officer who knows that deception can fail, that German commanders might see through the ruse or might reposition forces at the last moment. But the intercepts are promising, and every advantage must be exploited. If the deception works, it will save British lives by ensuring that when 10th Corps' armor passes through the minefield corridors, they face weaker opposition than they would if German reserves were properly positioned. The plan contains one fundamental tension that Montgomery has acknowledged but not fully resolved: the relationship between infantry breakthrough and armored exploitation. The infantry will clear paths and seize objectives, creating the conditions for armor to pass through and engage German panzers. But what if the armor cannot pass through quickly enough? What if the corridors become congested with vehicles, turning narrow lanes through minefields into killing grounds where German anti-tank guns can engage stationary targets? What if the infantry advance slower than expected, failing to create clean breaches by dawn? The plan assumes a level of coordination between infantry and armor that has proven difficult to achieve in previous desert battles. Montgomery's solution is to insist on overwhelming force at every stage. If some tanks are lost to traffic jams or anti-tank fire, enough others will get through because there are simply so many of them. This is industrial warfare at its most fundamental, accepting inefficiencies and casualties because the material superiority is so great that even imperfect execution should achieve victory. Critics of this approach, particularly among the armor commanders who would prefer more independent operations, argue that Montgomery is wasting the mobility advantage that tanks provide. Montgomery's counter-argument is that previous attempts at mobile operations in North Africa led to British defeats. That methodical set-piece battle suits the Eighth Army's strengths and negates German tactical advantages. The doctrinal debate will not be resolved in planning tents. It will be resolved by events on the battlefield. The 22nd of October, midnight, finds Montgomery and de Guingamp conducting a final review of the plan. They examine the map one more time, trace the routes of advance, verify that every unit has received its orders and understands its mission. Montgomery asks the critical question, what can go wrong? De Guingamp lists the possibilities with professional honesty. Minefields might be deeper or more dense than expected, slowing the advance and keeping infantry exposed longer. German reserves might react faster than anticipated, launching counterattacks before British armor is positioned to receive them. Italian positions might collapse too quickly, creating chaos as prisoners stream back through British lines while combat units try to advance forward. Traffic control might fail, creating bottlenecks that prevent reserves from reaching the battle when needed. Montgomery listens to this catalog of potential failures, considers each point, then delivers his assessment with the certainty that has become his trademark. We have enough strength to overcome all of that. The plan stands. In 24 hours, theory will meet desert reality. The 87 pages of detailed orders will encounter friction, chaos, and human error. Men will die in ways not anticipated by planning documents. Equipment will fail, communications will break down, carefully synchronized timelines will dissolve into the confusion that characterizes actual combat. But the foundation is as solid as planning can make it. Overwhelming force, clear objectives, adequate supplies, and a commander who projects absolute certainty even when confronting the possibility of failure. The plan for Alamein represents a particular philosophy of war that will define much of the remainder of the British effort in World War II. Montgomery believes in methodical preparation, overwhelming material superiority, limited operational risk, and acceptance of slower progress in exchange for minimized chance of catastrophic failure. This is not the dashing, improvisational warfare of Rommel's better days. This is industrial attrition, using British and American production capacity to simply outlast and overwhelm an enemy who cannot replace losses. Critics will argue this approach lacks imagination, that a more aggressive commander might have achieved complete destruction of Axis forces rather than merely defeating them. Supporters will note that Montgomery's caution preserves British forces, that the steady approach eventually wins, that the flamboyant commanders who attempt brilliance often produce disasters. The debate over Montgomery's generalship will continue for decades after the war, historians arguing about whether his methods were optimal or merely adequate. But in October 1942, the question is not whether Montgomery is brilliant, but whether he can deliver the victory that Britain desperately needs. The plan exists. The resources are in place. The soldiers are as ready as training and morale building can make them. Tomorrow night, the artillery will open fire and transform planning documents into actual battle. The desert, which has witnessed so many plans dissolve into chaos, waits with its customary indifference. The plan is as good as British staff work can produce. Whether it is good enough will be determined by events that no amount of planning can fully control, by the actions of men under fire who must execute orders while being shot at, by the 1,000 small failures and successes that aggregate into victory or defeat. The pieces are positioned, the orders are issued. All that remains is the execution. Chapter 9, The Night Before. The 23rd of October, 1942, 1400 hours. Private Jock McGregor of the 5th Battalion, 7th Gordon Highlanders, 51st Highland Division, sits in a narrow slit trench writing what may be the last letter he ever composes. Around him, 30,000 infantry wait in similar holes scratched into the sand, the entire assault force compressed into forward positions, within striking distance of German lines. He writes to his mother in Aberdeen with the careful honesty of a young man who knows he might not survive the night. "We are going over tonight. The officers say it will be fine. I do not think any of us believe that, but we will do it anyway." The words are simple, stripped of drama or false heroism, capturing exactly what soldiers feel before battle when they have time to think. He folds the letter with hands that want to shake, but that he keeps steady through conscious effort, addresses it with his mother's name and their street in Aberdeen. Hands it to the platoon sergeant, who is collecting similar envelopes in a sandbag. The sergeant has perhaps 50 letters already, each one marked "if necessary," though no one uses that phrase aloud. No one discusses what "if necessary" means, because everyone understands. McGregor takes out a photograph from his breast pocket, a small portrait of the girl he hopes to marry when the war ends, looks at it for a long moment that feels like prayer, though he is not particularly religious, then returns it to the pocket over his heart. 6 hours until darkness. 6 hours of being alive and knowing it might end tonight before he even sees the enemy clearly. Time moves differently in the hours before battle, simultaneously too fast and impossibly slow. 1,500 hours brings final inspections. The ritual of officers checking equipment that has already been checked multiple times. Company commanders move along the trenches, examining rifles and ammunition loads and water bottles with professional thoroughness that has less to do with actually finding deficiencies and more to do with imposing calm routine on men whose thoughts are spiraling toward fear. McGregor receives his load, 50 rounds of rifle ammunition in pouches that hang heavy on his webbing. 4 Mills bombs whose weight and lethality make them both reassuring and terrifying, and a mine detector. The detector is a simple device, barely more sophisticated than a long pole with a metal disc at the end, but McGregor has been trained in its use and designated as one of the men who will probe the ground ahead of the advancing troops. The life expectancy of mine clearers, and in the informal calculations that soldiers make among themselves, is usually measured in minutes once the advance begins. He tries not to think about this, focusing instead on the mechanical task of checking that his equipment is properly secured, that nothing rattles or shifts when he moves, that everything he needs is accessible in darkness. 1700 hours sees the serving of the final hot meal before the assault. Field kitchens have prepared stew, the generic military variety that could contain almost anything and usually tastes of very little, but it is hot and relatively substantial, and men eat mechanically, fueling bodies that will need energy in the hours ahead. MacGregor eats without tasting, his mind elsewhere. Men around him joke with the nervous energy that precedes combat, the forced humor that is better than silence and contemplation. Someone starts singing Loch Lomond, and others join in, voices carrying across the desert air with surprising clarity. The song is about Scotland, about home, about returning to places that seem infinitely distant from this expanse of sand and fear. An officer walks past, listens for a moment, does not order them to stop. Morale is mission critical now, and if singing helps men face what is coming, then singing is operationally valuable. The voices rise and fall, some men singing with genuine feeling, others simply mouthing words because participation in
Just
the
a few
ritual
miles further
matters
east
more than
was
the
their
quality of
Mediterranean naval
performance.
base Alexandria.
When the song ends,
but Rommel
there
was
is a
stopped
moment
in
of
his
silence
tracks.
that feels heavier than the singing, and then someone starts another song, and the moment passes.
They're wounded.
A
But they're cheered
1900
when the
hours
Kiwis
brings
broke
the
the Nazi
chaplain,
cordon
a
round
Church of
El
Scotland
Alamein.
minister
These
who
action
holds
pictures
voluntary
came out with
service
them.
for men who want it. MacGregor, not religious in a conventional sense, attends anyway because something about the ritual feels necessary. A connection to traditions older than this war, or any war. The chaplain reads from
We
Psalm
suffered
23.
some casualties.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. And MacGregor notices that the chaplain's hands shake as he holds the Bible. Even men of God are afraid, which is somehow comforting because it confirms that fear is a rational response to what they are about to do. The chaplain offers a prayer that asks not for victory, but for courage and for mercy on the souls of men who will die tonight. And which strikes MacGregor as more honest than prayers requesting divine intervention. God, if God exists and cares about human wars, seems to have taken no clear side in this conflict. Men on both sides pray to the same God, and both sides will suffer casualties. The service ends, and men disperse back to their positions, some possibly comforted, others simply marking time until darkness falls. 2000 hours sees the final briefing from platoon leaders who explain once more what everyone already knows. The attack begins at 2140, when the artillery barrage opens. Infantry will advance behind the barrage, following the creeping curtain of explosions toward objectives designated by code names that mean nothing except as map coordinates. Oxalic Line is the first objective, 6,000 yards forward. The distance is not great, thus barely 4 miles, but it must be covered in darkness, across ground seeded with mines, through defensive positions manned by professional soldiers who will be shooting at anything that moves. Do not bunch up. Do not stop for wounded. Follow the white tape that sappers will lay to mark cleared lanes through the minefields. Reach the objective. Dig in. Hold until relieved. Any questions? The lieutenant asks, and silence answers, because what is there to ask? The plan is clear, the objective is defined, and questions will not change what happens when the barrage begins. MacGregor checks his watch obsessively. 2025 hours, 2030, 2035. Time crawls forward with agonizing slowness toward the moment when everything changes. 2100 hours brings full darkness and final preparations. Men check equipment one more time, tighten straps, test the action on rifles, arrange grenades where they can be reached quickly. Compass bearings have been painted on the sand with luminous paint that glows faintly in the darkness, the only navigation aid available in the featureless night. Behind the infantry positions, the sound of artillery moving into position is continuous. Metal on metal, engines rumbling. The mechanical preparation for industrial violence on a scale that most of these soldiers have never experienced. MacGregor lies on his back in the trench, looking up at stars that shine with the impossible clarity that comes from being far from any artificial light. The stars are the same stars that shine over Aberdeen, over Germany, over all the places where people live in peace or prepare for war. In a few minutes, 882 guns will fire simultaneously, transforming the night into something unrecognizable. The thought is simultaneously abstract and viscerally real. MacGregor knows the plan calls for massive bombardment. He has heard descriptions of artillery barrages from veterans, but knowing intellectually what is coming and experiencing it are entirely different things. 21:30 hours, 10 minutes remaining, men who were talking fall silent. Some pray quietly. Some write mental letters to loved ones they may never see again. Some simply wait with the kind of blank acceptance that soldiers develop when there is nothing left to do but endure what comes. MacGregor checks his watch again. 21:35. His heart pounds so hard he can feel it in his throat. 21:38. He grips his rifle with hands that want to shake and forces them steady through willpower alone. 21:39. Across the lines, German soldiers wait in their own positions, some of them doing exactly what MacGregor is doing, checking watches, controlling fear, preparing to fight. The human experience of soldiers before battle transcends nationality and ideology. They are all just men waiting for violence to begin, hoping to survive it, knowing some will not. 21:39 and 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds. At 21:40 precisely, the world ends. 882 artillery pieces fire in unison, a sound so enormous that it transcends hearing and becomes a physical force that presses against chest and skull. The horizon 6,000 yards forward erupts in light, hundreds of shells detonating simultaneously across German positions. The flash is so bright and continuous that the darkness transforms into stuttering daylight. MacGregor watches from his trench, mesmerized despite himself by the sheer scale of destruction being created. The barrage is louder than anything he has experienced or imagined, louder than his thoughts, louder than fear. Then his platoon lieutenant blows a whistle that is completely inaudible in the chaos, and MacGregor sees rather than hears the signal to advance. He climbs out of his trench, gathers with his section, begins walking forward into smoke and noise and darkness. Behind him, shells continue to pass overhead with the sound of freight trains, each one on its way to kill Germans he will never see. Ahead of him, the ground begins to explode, not from British shells, but from German counter-battery fire, artillery responding to artillery, both sides hammering positions in the dark. Men fall. MacGregor does not look back. The orders were clear. Do not stop for wounded. Keep moving. Follow the tape. He walks forward into the Devil's Garden, into the minefield that has waited all these weeks for this moment, into a battle that has already begun to devour lives before he has fired a single shot. Somewhere in the darkness ahead, German soldiers are manning defensive positions, waiting for the British infantry they know is coming. Somewhere in the darkness around him, thousands of other British soldiers are doing exactly what he is doing, walking toward machine guns and mines and explosives with nothing but training and comrades and slim hope of survival. The Battle of El Alamein has begun. Private MacGregor walks forward, mine detector in hands, searching the ground for metal death buried in sand, and knows with absolute certainty that if he survives this night, it will be through luck more than skill. The stars shine overhead, indifferent. The desert stretches in all directions, unchanged by human violence. And 30,000 men walk forward into fire, because this is what they have been ordered to do, and because turning back is not an option that exists. The night swallows them, and history watches, and the outcome is not yet determined, though the price in blood has already begun to be paid. Chapter 10. Into the Devil's Garden. The 23rd of October, 21:40 hours. Lieutenant James MacDonald, platoon commander in the same battalion as Private MacGregor, stands at the start line checking his watch as the final seconds count down. 21, 39, and 50 seconds. 55. He can see his men's faces in the faint glow of luminous paint on compasses, faces tight with concentration or fear, or the blank expression that soldiers adopt when confronting the incomprehensible. At precisely 21:40, the world transforms. 882 guns fire as one, and the sound is not sound anymore, but rather a physical force that hammers the air and the ground and human bodies. The horizon erupts in continuous flame as shells impact on German positions 6,000 yards forward. The barrage is so intense that men see by its flickering light alone, the darkness abolished by man-made violence on industrial scale. It's MacDonald blows his whistle, the sound inaudible in the chaos, but the gesture familiar enough that his men understand, and leads his platoon over the top and forward into the smoke. Behind them, artillery shells pass overhead with roars like express trains, each one carrying several pounds of high explosive toward Germans who are enduring bombardment beyond anything in their previous experience. Ahead, the ground starts exploding from German counter-battery fire. Men fall in the first minutes, hit by shrapnel from shells landing randomly in the dark. The battle has begun, and it will not stop until one side or the other can no longer continue. 21:45 hours sees the first encounters with minefields. A sapper inches forward with his mine detector, and a lance corporal whose name MacDonald knows is Edwards, but whom he has never really spoken to beyond issuing orders. Edwards sweeps the detector side to side in careful arcs. Click, 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 rapid click. Mine. He marks the spot with white tape, edges around it, continues forward. Behind him, infantry follows in single file, stepping carefully on ground that Edwards has certified as safe, trusting their lives to his skill and equipment. Then an explosion, shockingly close. Someone behind MacDonald stepping off the tape, or perhaps the tape itself was not quite accurate. The scream is brief, cut off as shock sets in. MacDonald does not look back. The orders were explicit, and he repeats them now because orders give structure to chaos. Keep moving. The platoon continues forward. The line now shorter by one man whose name will appear in casualty reports tomorrow, but who has ceased to exist as far as the current tactical situation is concerned. This is the terrible calculus of infantry combat. Individual lives matter intensely in one sense and not at all in another. The mission continues regardless of who falls. 22:30 hours brings contact with German defensive positions that survived the barrage. Machine guns open fire from strong points. Tracer fire drawing geometric patterns across the darkness, with a beauty that would be appreciated in any context except this one, where each tracer represents death, traveling at 2,000 feet per second. MacDonald's platoon hits the ground, returns fire toward muzzle flashes, begins the work of suppressing the position enough to advance. The barrage was supposed to destroy these strong points, but some positions survived in bunkers dug deep enough or reinforced well enough to withstand artillery. German soldiers emerge from cover and man their weapons with the professional competence of troops who have been fighting for years. Grenades arc through the darkness. Men crawl forward using shadows and shell craters for cover. The strong point falls after what feels like hours, but is actually about 12 minutes of brutal close combat. MacDonald's platoon has lost 3 more men, 1 certainly dead, 2 wounded badly enough to need evacuation. They leave the wounded for stretcher bearers who follow behind the assault waves. The platoon moves on because stopping means failing to reach objectives, and failing to reach objectives means the entire operation might collapse. And individual casualties cannot stop forward momentum when the whole army is committed to attack. 0030 hours on the 24th of October finds multiple battalions converging on the cleared lanes through the minefields, and the result is exactly the kind of confusion that planning attempts to prevent but can never entirely avoid. Units mix together in the darkness. Officers shout orders that cannot be heard over the continuing artillery barrage. Men from different companies and battalions find themselves advancing together. Strangers following the same white tape toward objectives they can only vaguely identify in darkness and smoke. MacDonald tries to reorganize his men, collecting soldiers who respond to his voice and his rank insignia barely visible in the dark. They're forming them into something resembling a coherent unit, regardless of whether they actually belong to his platoon. An artillery shell hits a supply truck carrying ammunition somewhere behind the assault waves. The explosion illuminates everything for 5 seconds with brilliant white light. And in that moment, MacDonald sees hundreds of men moving in all directions, officers attempting to establish control, sappers still working to clear mines while under fire, wounded being carried back toward aid stations. The image burns into his memory with photographic clarity. Then darkness returns, and the chaos continues. This is battle as most participants experience it. Not the clean lines on maps, but rather stumbling confusion punctuated by moments of terrible clarity. A0300 Hours sees MacDonald's composite platoon, now containing men from at least 3 different companies, reach what they believe is the Oxalic Line objective. Navigation by compass and dead reckoning in darkness is imprecise at best. They might be on the objective, or they might be 300 yards short, or they might have somehow bypassed it entirely. MacDonald makes a decision. This is close enough, we dig in here. The men begin scraping shallow defensive positions in the sand, preparing to receive the German counterattacks that doctrine insists must come. Dawn arrives with shocking suddenness, the sun rising over the desert and revealing a landscape that has been transformed overnight. Burning vehicles scattered across the sand, craters from artillery impacts creating a moonscape where flat desert existed yesterday. Bodies, some British and some German, lying where they fell. The white tape that marks safe lanes through minefields now clearly visible as narrow paths through ground that remains deadly on either side. German positions that look so formidable on aerial photographs are revealed as damaged or destroyed, though some clearly remain operational and occupied. The immediate battlefield is quieter than the night, though artillery fire continues at reduced intensity. MacDonald counts his men. 23 answer roll call. His platoon started with 36. 13 are missing, killed, wounded, lost in darkness, perhaps sheltering in some shell crater waiting for stretcher bearers, perhaps already dead, and waiting only to be counted in casualty reports that will be compiled over coming days. The morning of the 24th brings German artillery fire that intensifies as their gunners gain clear observation of British positions no longer concealed by darkness. Shells land among the newly dug slit trenches with accuracy that suggests the Germans have pre-registered defensive fire on exactly these positions, anticipating where British troops would dig in if they reached this far. MacDonald and his men press themselves into shallow scrapes in the sand that provide almost no protection against anything except small arms fire. A near miss buries one soldier under collapsing sand, and comrades dig him out, choking but alive. Another shell lands directly in a neighboring trench, and when the smoke clears, there is nothing recognizable left of the men who were there. The survivors do not have time to process this. All do not have the luxury of grief or horror because more shells are incoming, and the immediate priority is survival, measured in minutes and hours rather than contemplation of larger meaning. This is the texture of infantry combat, not continuous dramatic action, but rather long periods of terrified waiting, interrupted by moments of violence so intense that memory struggles to process them. 0800 Hours finds the full scope of the night's operations becoming clear as reports filter up through battalion and brigade to division headquarters. The assault succeeded in breaching the minefield belt and establishing British forces on or near their objectives across much of the front. The price was approximately 2,350 casualties in the first 12 hours, killed, wounded, or missing. Yea, the number seems abstract until one considers that each casualty is a name, a family that will receive a telegram, a life disrupted or ended. The plan had projected 3,000 to 4,000 casualties in the first day, so by that measure the losses are acceptable in the grim calculus of military operations. But acceptable is a term that means something different to staff officers examining reports than it does to Lieutenant MacDonald, counting survivors of his platoon, or to Private McGregor's mother, who will receive a telegram in Aberdeen informing her that her son is missing, presumed killed. The assault succeeded, but success in infantry operations is always purchased in blood, and the currency of this purchase is visible in the aid stations filling with wounded and the burial parties that will work throughout the day. The hours after dawn bring a different phase of battle, as both sides assess the situation and prepare for next moves. British armor is supposed to pass through the corridors cleared by infantry and engage German reserves in open combat. But the corridors are narrower than planned, more congested with vehicles and wounded and confused units than anticipated. German anti-tank guns that survived the bombardment engage British tanks attempting to push forward, and the careful timetables that look so precise on planning documents begin to slip. MacDonald, watching from his position near what might be the oxalic line, sees tanks attempting to pass through lanes barely wide enough for two vehicles abreast, sees some of these tanks hit mines that the sappers missed, or that were laid in positions the sappers had not yet reached. Sees the elaborate choreography of combined arms operations, encountering the friction that Clausewitz wrote about, and that every soldier recognizes when theory meets practice. The plan is not broken exactly, but it is bending under pressures that planning could anticipate but not entirely prevent. By mid-morning on the 24th, the character of the battle has already begun to shift from the dramatic assault of opening hours to something more attritional and grinding. Infantry hold positions under artillery fire, attempting to consolidate gains while German forces probe for weaknesses. Armor struggles to exploit the breach that infantry created, finding that the breach is not the clean highway into open desert that planners envisioned, but rather a contested, dangerous zone where movement invites fire from multiple directions. Old MacDonald receives orders to hold his current position, which is all his depleted platoon can manage anyway. They dig deeper, improve their positions, organize ammunition and water, treat minor wounds that did not warrant evacuation, and prepare for what comes next. A soldier asks MacDonald if they won. MacDonald considers the question. They took their objective, survived the assault, hurt the enemy, but 13 men from his platoon are missing, and the battle clearly is not over. "We are still here," he finally answers. "That counts as winning for now." The soldier seems satisfied with this response, or at least accepts it as the best answer available, in circumstances where victory and survival are not clearly distinguishable concepts. The sun climbs higher, the temperature rises, and the battlefield settles into the kind of grim routine that characterizes modern warfare after the initial assaults are complete. Artillery fires at intervals, machine guns chatter when targets present themselves. Wounded are evacuated when stretcher bearers can reach them safely, and soldiers wait in positions that provide minimal comfort and less safety. MacDonald finds himself thinking about the men he lost, not in any organized way, but in fragments of memory that surface unbidden. McGregor stepping off the tape in darkness, or perhaps that was someone else. The faces blend together in recollection. Edwards the sapper who cleared the first mines, presumed dead, though MacDonald never saw the body. The corporal who was singing Loch Lomond before the attack, and now is simply absent. These men were his responsibility. And they are gone, and the battle continues regardless. This is the peculiar guilt of officers who survive when subordinates die, knowing intellectually that casualties are inevitable in combat, feeling emotionally that somehow better leadership or different decisions might have prevented specific deaths. The guilt is irrational, but no less real for being irrational, and MacDonald carries it along with his other equipment as he prepares for whatever comes next in this battle that has only just begun. Chapter 11. Steel and Fire. The 24th of October, 0900 hours. Captain Harry Playford, commanding a squadron of Sherman tanks in the 9th Lancers, sits in the commander's cupola of his tank-christened Challenger, leading 15 tanks through a corridor that was supposedly cleared overnight by infantry. The corridor is marked with white tape barely wider than 2 tanks can pass abreast, and on either side lies ground that has not been cleared, that still contains mines capable of blowing the track off a 30-ton vehicle or detonating ammunition and incinerating the crew. The plan called for armor to break clean through to open desert and maneuver freely in the kind of mobile battle where British numerical superiority would prove decisive. Reality presents a narrow lane clogged with damaged vehicles, wounded being evacuated, supply trucks trying to move forward, and confused infantry who have not entirely cleared out of the way. Playford's squadron crawls forward in single file at perhaps 5 miles per hour, each tank commander scanning for threats while trying to avoid the vehicle ahead. The radio crackles with reports. Contact front 1,000 yards. Then, almost immediately, tank on fire. Someone from another squadron or regiment, Playford does not know who, has encountered German anti-tank guns positioned on reverse slopes exactly where defensive doctrine suggests they should be. The textbook battle plan is meeting an enemy who has also read the textbooks and prepared accordingly. 10:30 hours brings first contact for Playford's squadron. His gunner spots a German Panzer Mark III at approximately 800 yards, hull down behind a low ridge with only the turret exposed. The Sherman's 75mm gun traverses, the gunner calling target identification through the intercom, Playford confirming engagement, the loader slamming around into the breach. Fire. The tank rocks with recoil. Oh, the shell racing downrange. Impact on target. The Panzer erupts in flames, ammunition cooking off in secondary explosions that transform the vehicle into a pyre. Playford feels no triumph, only relief that his tank is still mobile and the threat is eliminated. 60 yards to his left, another Sherman brews up, hit by an 88mm anti-tank gun that none of them saw, the round penetrating the frontal armor and turning the interior into hell. The crew bails out, 3 men escaping before the ammunition explodes, 2 men not escaping because they are already dead or too badly wounded to move. Tank combat is like this, sudden, brutal, decided by who sees whom first and who shoots more accurately. Playford's squadron pushes forward because stopping in the open is suicide, and better to keep moving even into fire than to present a stationary target. 1300 hours finds the traffic problem that planners worried about becoming manifest reality. The cleared corridor for armor advance is jammed with tanks attempting to push forward, supply trucks trying to bring ammunition and fuel to forward units, ambulances evacuating wounded back toward aid stations, and infantry who are supposed to have cleared out, but who remain because the battle is confused and chaotic, and simple things like move to the side become difficult when artillery is falling and no one is certain where safe ground begins and minefields end. Playford's squadron receives orders to halt, to wait for clearance ahead, and they sit in the open under German artillery fire that has been pre-registered on these exact coordinates. Gas shells land among the packed vehicles with devastating effect. A supply truck loaded with ammunition detonates, the explosion massive enough to damage nearby tanks and kill or wound every soldier within 50 yards. Playford's tank is far enough away to avoid serious damage, but he watches through his periscopes as chaos multiplies. This is modern war's greatest vulnerability, the immense logistical tail required to sustain mechanized operations, the vulnerability of supply lines and traffic corridors to artillery and air attack. The corridor that was supposed to be a highway through German defenses has become a shooting gallery where German gunners can engage targets they cannot miss. The 25th of October at dawn brings the German counterattack that British doctrine anticipated and prepared for. The 15th Panzer Division launches a coordinated assault with approximately 60 panzers, attempting to drive British forces back through the corridors they spent all night creating. But British anti-tank defenses, 6-pounder guns dug in hull down with infantry support, have been positioned exactly for this eventuality. The engagement happens at ranges between 600 and 800 yards, point blank by the standards of armored warfare, both sides firing as quickly as loaders can slam rounds into breaches. Playford's squadron, now positioned in defensive stance rather than attempting to advance, engages from hull-down positions that provide some protection while allowing his guns to fire. The battle lasts roughly 15 minutes of sustained combat that feels eternal while happening and impossibly brief in retrospect. When the smoke clears, 22 German tanks are burning. British losses are 8 tanks destroyed, 12 damaged. The Germans withdraw, having failed to break through the British armor screen. This is the new reality of North African warfare. German tactical skill no longer sufficient to overcome British material superiority when the British are properly dug in and fighting defensively. The 26th of October afternoon witnesses the collapse of the Italian Ariete Armored Division in the southern sector, and Playford's squadron, repositioned south to support operations in that area, arrives in time to see the end. The Italians fight with their obsolete M1340 tanks against Shermans and Grants, and the engagement is less a battle than an execution. Its Italian tanks burn at ranges where their own guns cannot effectively respond. Crews abandon vehicles, hands raised in surrender, some of them wounded, most simply recognizing that continuing to fight with inadequate equipment against overwhelming force is suicide rather than heroism. Playford watches Italian tankers stumbling across the sand, unarmed, defeated, many of them crying or too shocked to show emotion. He thinks, they did their best with what they had. This thought provides no comfort and changes nothing, but it humanizes men who moments ago were enemies and now are simply defeated soldiers who will spend the rest of the war in prisoner cages. The Ariete Division loses 75% of its armored strength in 4 hours. The survivors retreat in disorder. The cohesion that makes military units effective dissolving under the stress of catastrophic loss. The southern sector of the Axis line is breaking, not because Italian soldiers lack courage, but because courage cannot stop armor-piercing rounds fired from guns they cannot match. By the 26th evening, Playford's squadron has been in continuous combat or immediate readiness for 72 hours. The crews are exhausted, operating on adrenaline and tea, and the fear that stopping means dying. Playford's own tank, Challenger, has survived multiple engagements but shows the wear of sustained operations. The engine is running rough, burning oil at rates that suggest mechanical problems developing. The gun recoil system needs maintenance that the crew performs in stolen moments between actions. The armor shows scoring from near misses, that are testaments to luck more than skill. Playford conducts a roll call of his squadron, started the battle with 15 tanks, currently 7 operational. The others are destroyed, damaged beyond field repair, or broken down with mechanical failures that are inevitable when vehicles designed for careful maintenance are instead run continuously in the desert conditions. 8 tanks lost in 3 days. And yet, the squadron is still considered combat effective because the losses are being replaced from reserves, because new Shermans are arriving from supply dumps, because the British can afford to trade tanks at unfavorable ratios and still win through sheer quantitative superiority. The casualty returns for the armor battle of October 24th through 27th tell a story that challenges assumptions about which side possessed tactical superiority. British armored divisions lose approximately 200 tanks in 4 days, though many are recoverable because British forces hold the battlefield and can conduct salvage and repair. German and Italian forces lose roughly 100 tanks, a better exchange ratio that reflects superior German gunnery and tactical positioning. But the exchange ratio is irrelevant when one side can replace losses and the other cannot. British tank strength at the end of October is higher than it was at the beginning of the battle because replacements arrive faster than casualties accumulate. German tank strength declines steadily toward operational irrelevance because there are no replacements, because damaged tanks cannot be recovered under British fire, because the panzers that remain operational are consuming fuel faster than it can be delivered. Playford does not know these strategic details, cannot see the larger picture, but he recognizes from his squadron's experience that British armor is winning not through superior fighting, but through superior endurance. They can afford to lose tanks. The Germans cannot. This is industrial warfare distilled to its essence. The evening of the 27th brings an assessment from brigade headquarters that Playford overhears on his radio before the transmission is cut short. The armored breakthrough that Montgomery planned has not materialized. All the panzers have been damaged but not destroyed. The open desert that was supposed to be the setting for mobile operations remains beyond reach, blocked by minefields and defensive positions that resist penetration. The plan is not working as envisioned, which means Montgomery must adapt, must shift from attempting breakthrough to accepting attritional grinding of German forces. Playford understands this in practical terms. His squadron will continue to engage German armor when opportunities arise, will support infantry operations when required, will maintain defensive positions when ordered. The grand strategic vision is beyond his concern. His concern is keeping his remaining 7 tanks operational, keeping his crews alive, surviving each day so that there might be another day. The tank war at Alamein has become attritional by necessity rather than design, and attrition favors the side with deeper reserves and better logistics. That side is Britain, though the cost of this advantage is measured in burned-out Shermans and crew members who did not escape when their tanks were hit. One detail emerges in post-battle analysis that will surprise many observers. Approximately 40% of British tank losses in the October battles come from mechanical breakdown rather than enemy action. The Sherman tank is reliable compared to earlier British designs, but sustained desert operations under combat conditions stress every mechanical system. Engines overheat, transmissions fail, tracks break, electrical systems short out. Tanks that break down during advance or retreat must be abandoned if recovery is impossible. And many are subsequently destroyed by their crews to prevent capture. German forces face the same mechanical attrition, but they cannot recover disabled tanks because British forces control the battlefield and shoot at anyone attempting salvage operations. The result is that British mechanical casualties can often be repaired and returned to service, while German mechanical casualties become permanent losses. This is logistics again, not the dramatic logistics of supply convoys and fuel shortages, but the mundane logistics of maintenance, spare parts, recovery vehicles, and battlefield control. The British have all of these advantages. The Germans have increasingly few. Playford's squadron survives into November because replacement tanks arrive, because mechanics work through the night to repair damaged vehicles, because the logistics system functions well enough to sustain operations despite enormous consumption of material. The Germans survive into November through desperation and professional competence and the stubborn refusal to surrender, even when the numbers clearly indicate that victory is impossible. The armor battle that unfolds from October 24th through the end of the month demonstrates that mechanical superiority and tactical brilliance matter less in modern industrial warfare than the capacity to sustain losses and continue operations. German panzer commanders are generally more experienced, German tank crews often better trained, German tactical doctrine more sophisticated than British. None of this prevents German armored strength from declining toward irrelevance, while British armored strength, despite heavy losses, it remains capable of offensive operations. Playford, exhausted and watching his squadron shrink from 15 tanks to 7 to eventually 5 operational vehicles, understands this truth viscerally, even if he cannot articulate it in strategic terms. They are winning because they can afford to lose. The Germans are losing because they cannot afford to win. The desert, littered with burned-out tanks from both sides, marks each engagement with metal gravestones. But only one side can replace those losses, can bring forward new tanks to fill the gaps in the formations, can sustain operations despite casualties that would cripple a force without industrial reserves to draw upon. The tank battle at Alamein is not won through brilliant armored warfare, but through the grinding arithmetic of replacement and attrition, or through the capacity to lose today and return tomorrow stronger than before. This is not the romantic vision of armored combat that propaganda portrays, but it is the reality of war between industrial powers in the 20th century. Chapter 12, The Crumble. The 28th of October, 0200 hours. Corporal William Ashe of the 2nd Battalion, 48th Australian Infantry, crouches in a shell crater 200 yards from a German strongpoint that operations maps designate as Thompson's Post. This is the third night attack his company has mounted in 5 days, part of what Montgomery calls crumbling operations, methodical destruction of isolated defensive positions through repeated infantry assaults. The pattern has become grimly routine. Attack at night, advance under artillery support, close with the enemy position using grenades and bayonets, withdraw at dawn, repeat the next night. Each attack captures 100 to 200 yards of ground, eliminates one German strongpoint, and costs 20 to 30 Australian casualties. It is warfare as industrial process, feeding men into combat like coal into a furnace to destroy the enemy machine piece by piece. Ashe's company started the battle with 112 men. 63 remain effective. Replacements arrive daily, fresh-faced soldiers from training depots who have never experienced combat, and they are consumed into the machine as quickly as they arrive. The faces change, but the attacks continue, and Ashe has stopped learning names because learning names makes their deaths more difficult to bear. At 0215 hours brings the artillery barrage that precedes each assault. British guns fire for exactly 10 minutes, plastering Thompson's Post with high explosive, while Ashe and his comrades wait in shell craters and shallow depressions, pressed against sand that jumps and shifts with each impact. The barrage is both reassurance and terror. Reassurance because it suppresses German fire and kills some defenders. Terror because, when it lifts, the Australians must advance across open ground toward positions that may or may not be adequately damaged. At 0225, the barrage shifts to targets behind Thompson's post, and Ash's section rises and moves forward. No dramatic charge, no battle cries. Just men walking quickly through darkness toward an objective they can barely see. Rifles ready, grenades hanging from webbing. Minds focused on immediate tasks rather than larger questions about why this particular strongpoint matters, or whether the cost is justified. The German position opens fire, machine guns that survive the bombardment, rifles from trenches, grenades thrown toward sounds of movement. Men fall. Ash keeps moving because stopping is death, and retreat is failure, and the only option is forward. The assault reaches German trenches at 0233. Close combat is brief and brutal, everything happening in minutes that will later seem impossible to reconstruct in memory. Ash throws grenades into a bunker entrance, hears the explosions and screams, enters with rifle ready, and finds 2 German soldiers dead and 1 wounded, clutching his stomach and making sounds that are beyond language. Another Australian finishes the wounded German with a bayonet, an act of mercy perhaps, or simply the necessity of clearing the position so they can move to the next bunker. The strong point falls in 12 minutes of fighting that kills 7 Australians and an unknown number of Germans. Unknown because some Germans retreat through communication trenches to secondary positions, dragging wounded with them, and counting enemy dead while under fire is impossible. Ash's section consolidates the captured position, begins scraping shallow protective positions in sand that is mixed with blood and spent brass casings and debris from the bombardment. At dawn, German artillery will retaliate against this newly captured ground. They must dig in deep enough to survive that retaliation, or the night's work will be undone. Dawn on the 28th reveals the captured strongpoint as a wasteland of destroyed fortifications and abandoned equipment. German positions that looked formidable in darkness are exposed as partially collapsed bunkers and trenches filling with blown sand. Bodies lie where they fell, German and Australian both, waiting for burial parties that will work under truce flags if possible and under fire if necessary. Ash helps drag Australian dead to collection points where stretcher bearers will eventually evacuate them. One body is so badly mangled by artillery that identification is impossible except through uniform and position. Another is a boy who arrived as replacement 3 days ago, whose name Ash never learned, who died on his first assault and will be listed in casualty returns as simply another number. The sun climbs higher, and German artillery begins ranging fire on the newly captured position. Shells land close enough that shrapnel rattles off abandoned German equipment. Ash and his comrades dig deeper, knowing from experience that survival depends on depth of hole and luck in roughly equal measure. The 30th of October brings a crisis point in the German defensive system. Reports reaching Rommel's headquarters indicate that infantry strongpoints are falling faster than reserves can restore the line, that Italian positions are collapsing entirely when subjected to sustained attack, that the defensive belt so carefully prepared is being systematically dismantled. Rommel signals Berlin with brutal honesty. Situation critical. No fuel for maneuver. Losses unsustainable. Hitler's response, transmitted back through military channels, consists of 3 words that will doom thousands of men. Hold at all costs. The order comes from a man 2,000 miles away who has never seen the Western Desert, who does not understand that holding requires fuel for tanks to counterattack, ammunition for artillery to suppress enemy fire, and replacements for infantry being ground down in night battles that favor the attackers. Orders from distant Supreme Headquarters cannot create fuel or ammunition or men, but they can prevent rational decisions about withdrawal and consolidation. Rommel receives Hitler's order and understands that he is being commanded to sacrifice his army for political symbolism rather than military necessity. He is also a German officer sworn to obedience, and he will obey even when obedience means catastrophe. With the 31st of October sees another assault on Thompson's post, the position having been reinforced by Germans who infiltrated back during darkness. Ash's company attacks again, the 4th time in 6 days, and this time, Ash is wounded. Shrapnel from a grenade catches him in the left leg, a searing pain followed by numbness and the sticky warmth of blood soaking through his trousers. He falls, tries to stand, cannot put weight on the leg. A comrade drags him into cover, applies a field dressing with shaking hands, calls for stretcher bearers. Ash lies in a shell crater watching his company continue the assault without him, feeling relief and guilt in equal measure. Relief that he is out of the fighting, guilt that his comrades must continue while he is evacuated. The battle continues around him for what seems like hours but is probably 30 minutes. Eventually, stretcher bearers arrive, 4 men carrying wounded through artillery fire, because there is no other way to evacuate casualties from forward positions. They load Ash onto a stretcher and begin the long carry back toward Battalion Aid Station, each step jarring the wounded leg until Ash passes out from pain. Ash wakes in a field hospital, a tent filled with wounded men on cots arranged in neat rows that speak to medical efficiency, operating under impossible conditions. A doctor examines his leg, determines that the shrapnel must be removed surgically, but that he will probably keep the leg if infection does not set in. "You are going home," the doctor tells him, and Ash feels emotions too complicated to name: gratitude for survival, grief for the men still fighting, guilt that he is leaving when the battle continues. The doctor moves to the next patient, a sergeant from another battalion whose leg is being amputated because the wounds are too severe for any other option. The sergeant is unconscious, mercifully, does not know yet what has been done to him. Ash closes his eyes and tries not to think about his original platoon, the men he trained with in Australia, came to Egypt with, fought beside for months. His mind supplies the accounting anyway. Of 28 men in his original platoon, 6 remain unwounded as of the last time he saw them. The others are dead, wounded, or missing. 63% casualties. These numbers are typical for infantry units engaged in sustained combat, and they are also unsustainable in any meaningful sense. Units with these casualty rates cease to exist as coherent organizations, becoming collections of replacements led by whoever survives longest, rather than actual military formations with training and cohesion. November 1st marks a turning point that becomes visible first to Italian units and then to German formations, desperately trying to hold a line that is collapsing in sections. Entire Italian companies surrender when their positions become untenable, when ammunition runs out, or water exhausts, or casualties mount beyond the capacity of remaining men to resist. British troops encounter hundreds of Italians walking toward their lines with hands raised, officers maintaining what dignity they can while acknowledging defeat. An Italian colonel tells his British captors in the careful English, "Please, we fought well, but we have nothing left." The statement is accurate. Italian units at Alamein fought with whatever courage and competence their inadequate equipment and poor supply allowed, but courage cannot stop artillery shells, and inadequate equipment eventually ensures defeat against properly supplied opponents. The Italian collapse is not cowardice, but rather simple recognition of reality. Soldiers without ammunition cannot fight. Soldiers without water cannot survive. Surrender becomes the only rational choice when continuing resistance means death, without possibility of meaningful effect on the battle's outcome. The evening of November first brings the moment when the German defensive system breaks irreversibly. The 164th Infantry Division, reduced to 30% of its authorized strength through casualties and consumption, reports to higher headquarters that it can no longer hold its assigned sector. Rommel faces the choice that commanders pray they never confront: obey Hitler's order to hold at all costs and watch his army destroyed in place, or disobey and conduct withdrawal that might save remnants of his forces. He chooses survival over obedience. The retreat order goes out quietly without formal acknowledgement that this constitutes disobedience of direct orders from the Supreme Commander. Units begin pulling back during darkness, using rear guards and demolitions to slow British pursuit, abandoning positions they have held for months. The withdrawal is professional and controlled. These are veteran units conducting difficult operations under pressure, but it is still retreat, still acknowledgement that the battle is lost, and the only question is how many men can be saved. Ash, sedated with morphine and drifting in and out of consciousness in the hospital tent, hears artillery fire continuing in the distance and understands that the battle goes on without him. He thinks about the men still fighting, about Thompson's Post, and whether his company finally took it permanently or whether Germans retook it again in some night counterattack. He thinks about his family in Australia, who will receive a telegram reporting him wounded, but not the details of how or why or what it cost. He thinks about the photograph he carried of his sister. I left behind in his kit when he was evacuated, probably lost now, or claimed by some other soldier who needs a reminder of home. These small losses, photographs, personal items, connections to life before the war, accumulate into a larger loss that he cannot yet name. The battle took his health and his innocence and his assumption that he would survive the war intact. Even if he heals, even if he returns to Australia and resumes civilian life, he will carry Alamein with him in nightmares and memories and the scar tissue on his leg that will ache every time the weather changes. This is the hidden cost of victory, the price paid not in casualties counted, but in the internal damage done to men who survived the fighting. The crumbling operations that Montgomery implemented when the breakthrough attempt failed demonstrate a particular approach to warfare that trades elegance for effectiveness. There is nothing beautiful or inspiring about methodically attacking strongpoints night after night, accepting steady casualties, grinding down the enemy through patient application of superior resources. But it works in ways that attempted breakthrough did not work because it exploits British advantages, numerical superiority, unlimited ammunition, ability to replace casualties, while minimizing German advantages in tactical skill and defensive preparation. Each night attack costs 20 or 30 Australian or British or Indian casualties. Each attack also costs the Germans 20 or 30 irreplaceable veterans. These defenders who die or are wounded or are captured, and who cannot be replaced because Rommel has no reserves and no functioning supply line. The mathematics are simple and brutal. Britain can sustain these losses indefinitely. Germany cannot sustain them beyond a few weeks. Therefore, Britain wins through attrition, through the willingness to pay in blood for ground that has no intrinsic value except as the location where enemy soldiers can be killed. This is industrial warfare stripped of romanticism, war as accounting, where the side with deeper reserves eventually prevails, regardless of tactical brilliance or individual courage. The desert accepts both armies' sacrifices with indifference, burying bodies and equipment alike under sand that will shift and cover all evidence of what happened here. That is erasing human struggles from landscape that has witnessed countless struggles and will witness more when these armies are dust and memory. Chapter 13, The Trap That Never Closed. The 3rd of November, 0800 hours. Captain Peter Vole, intelligence officer with the 7th Armored Division, studies reconnaissance reports in the back of a command vehicle racing westward from El Alamein in pursuit of Rommel's retreating forces. The reports confirm what aerial observation suggested yesterday. The Africa Corps is withdrawing, the retreat conducted with professional discipline that creates frustration among British commanders who hoped for rout and panic. But the critical questions remain unanswered. How fast is the retreat proceeding? In what order are units withdrawing? Can British armor intercept and trap the retreating columns before they escape beyond reach? The logistics officer has just reported that forward tank units are outrunning their supply lines, that fuel states are becoming critical, that the pursuit is limited not by enemy resistance, but by the same arithmetic of supply and distance that doomed Rommel's advance 5 months earlier. Vaux radios division headquarters with an assessment stripped of optimism. Enemy in retreat westward. Pursuit limited by fuel state. Estimate interception possible only if enemy halts. The enemy will not halt. Rommel is retreating, but not broken, conducting the kind of fighting withdrawal that salvages armies from disasters and denies enemies the complete victory that transforms tactical defeat into strategic catastrophe. The 4th of November at Fuka, at 60 miles west of El Alamein, presents the first major opportunity to trap substantial Axis forces. British 7th Armored Division pushes hard through the night, attempting to cut off the coastal road where retreating columns must pass. The plan is elegant in conception. Fast-moving armor bypasses resistance, reaches the road before the main body of retreating forces, establishes blocking positions, and creates a pocket where German and Italian units can be destroyed or forced to surrender. WW2 arrives with advance elements at 0900 hours, expecting to find retreating columns backed up behind British roadblock. Instead, they find empty road, abandoned vehicles, evidence of hasty passage and disciplined withdrawal, but no trapped army waiting to be scooped up. The rearguards pass through 6 hours earlier, the main body sometime during the night, and the pursuit is always hours behind the retreating enemy. WW2 examines abandoned Italian trucks, German equipment too damaged to move or too low priority to justify fuel expenditure in retreat. Supply dumps burn to prevent capture, send black smoke into morning sky. But the army itself, the formations and units that British planners hope to destroy, are gone, moving west at speed that British pursuit cannot match. The 5th of November brings the liberation of Mersa Matruh, the coastal town that Rommel captured in June during his drive toward Egypt. British forces enter positions they abandoned 5 months earlier to find thousands of Italian prisoners who were too slow or too sick to evacuate with the retreating Germans. WW2 interviews an Italian colonel through an interpreter, seeking information about German withdrawal plans and routes. The colonel, maintaining dignity despite obvious defeat, explains with bitter honesty, "The Germans left at night. They took their vehicles and fuel. We were told to walk. We have no food." The Axis coalition has fractured completely under pressure of defeat. German units prioritize their own survival, taking vehicles and supplies that Italian units desperately need, leaving Italian formations to march on foot or surrender as circumstances dictate. This is not necessarily callousness. German commanders must make impossible choices about which units to save with limited transportation, but the effect is abandonment. Italian soldiers, many of them conscripts who never wanted to fight in Africa, and find themselves discarded by allies who can no longer afford the luxury of coalition management. They surrender in large groups, grateful that the fighting is over for them, even if captivity represents its own hardships. The 6th of November introduces a factor that planning could not account for, and that benefits both armies in different ways. Sudden rainstorms transform portions of the desert into mud, rare but not impossible in this season, and the pursuit halts completely for 24 hours, while both British and German vehicles struggle with conditions that make movement nearly impossible. Tanks bog down in sand turned to slurry, trucks spin wheels uselessly, throwing mud instead of gaining traction. Recovery vehicles attempting to pull out, stuck tanks become stuck themselves. Nature, not utterly indifferent to strategic objectives or military timetables, imposes delay that affects both armies but particularly hampers British pursuit. Rommel's forces are slowed equally, but the gap between pursuer and pursued prevents British armor from closing to contact. When the weather clears and movement resumes, the German and Italian forces have gained additional hours of lead time, additional distance from British spearheads that might have trapped them had conditions remained dry. WW2 watches rain fall on desert that seems shocked by the experience of moisture, watches mud accumulate in places that are usually dust, and understands that whatever chance existed to trap Rommel's army in a decisive encirclement has just diminished further. The 8th of November brings news that transforms the strategic calculation even as the tactical pursuit continues. Operation Torch, the Allied landings in French North Africa, has begun. American and British forces are going ashore in Morocco and Algeria, opening a second front that places Rommel between two Allied armies. WW2 receives this information through radio traffic and understands immediately that the pursuit from El Alamein becomes less critical in light of this larger development. The strategic trap has sprung, even if the tactical trap failed. Rommel is now fighting a two-front campaign with inadequate resources for one front. Caught between Montgomery, advancing from the east, and Allied forces that will soon advance from the west. Annihilation of the Africa Corps at El Alamein is no longer necessary for strategic victory because the Axis position in North Africa has become untenable regardless of what happens in the immediate pursuit. Containment is sufficient. The pressure to intercept and destroy decreases, replaced by the understanding that time and logistics will eventually eliminate Axis forces even if they escape immediate pursuit. The 12th of November sees British forces enter Tobruk, the fortress that fell to Rommel in June and triggered Churchill's despair, now retaken without significant resistance. The Africa Corps has evacuated the position, withdrawing westward toward Libya and eventually Tunisia, abandoning strongpoints that can no longer be held. Vaux walks through the ruined port facility, examining damage from previous battles and recent demolitions. German engineers destroyed what they could not take with them: harbor facilities, fuel dumps, anything of potential use to pursuing British forces. The town that was symbol of resistance in 1941
operates under enemy fire.
held for 2 days against siege and fell in one day during Germany's disaster, is now back in British hands almost casually.
The NZ division had been rushed from Syria to Egypt, straight to Rommel's forces.
A personal
the Axis armies en route to Alexandria were stopped. Here, our transport, they did the job required of them. They blocked the way.
The sentiment
An American
captures
ambulance
the
helps with the
ambiguity of
NZ
victory
casualties.
without annihilation.
An air ambulance from the
Tactical
Royal
success
Australian Air
that falls
Force
short of the
transports
complete
our wounded
destruction
quickly back
that
to
might have
hospital.
ended the North African campaign immediately. Old Montgomery's caution and pursuit will be debated by historians for decades,
But
criticized
Rommel
by
was stopped.
aggressive subordinates during the campaign itself, and defended by Montgomery's supporters as prudent risk management. The field marshal
Just a few
deliberately
miles
chose
further
not
east
to
was
pursue
our Mediterranean naval
maximum
base
aggression,
Alexandria,
fearing that
but Rommel was stopped in
overextension
his
might
tracks.
create vulnerabilities that Rommel could exploit even in retreat. Memory of
They're
earlier
wounded,
British
but they're
disasters,
chipped.
pursuing armies that turned and struck devastating counterblows, influenced Montgomery's decision-making. Better to accept a slower, certain victory than risk spectacular failure through reckless pursuit. This calculation prioritizes preservation of the Eighth Army over destruction of the Africa Corps, chooses security over brilliance, accepts strategic success while foregoing tactical annihilation. Bost's critics argue that more aggressive pursuit might have trapped and destroyed German forces entirely, ending North African campaign months earlier. Supporters note that the campaign did end in Allied victory, that Montgomery's methods preserved British forces while achieving strategic objectives, that caution succeeded where previous aggression had led to disaster. The pursuit phase of Alamein demonstrates fundamental tension in military operations between the desire to destroy defeated enemies and the practical limitations of logistics and command. British armor racing westward across desert consumes fuel faster than supply trucks can deliver it. Forward units operate at end-of-supply lines that stretch back hundreds of miles to ports and depots. Every mile advanced increases the logistical burden, delays resupply. It reduces combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Rommel's forces retreat toward their own supply bases, shortening their logistics tail even as British logistics extends. The paradox of pursuit is that the victor's advantages during battle, superior supply, numerical strength, material abundance, become disadvantages during pursuit when those same factors create logistical drag that slows movement. Vaux, examining fuel reports and movement schedules, recognizes this iron law of mechanized warfare. You cannot pursue faster than your fuel trucks can follow, and fuel trucks are slower than tanks. The arithmetic that defeated Rommel at Alamein now limits British pursuit in ways that allow Rommel's escape. By mid-November, the immediate pursuit has effectively ended, though the campaign continues. Rommel has established new defensive positions in Libya, consolidating forces that escaped from Egypt, preparing to resist further British advance. Montgomery has halted at the Egyptian-Libyan border to rebuild logistics, rest exhausted units, prepare for the next phase of operations with characteristic methodical planning. The Battle of El Alamein is over. British victory is complete in tactical terms. Egypt is secured, Axis forces expelled, initiative permanently seized. But the strategic annihilation that might have ended Axis resistance in Africa did not occur. The Africa Corps survives, reduced in strength but intact as formation, prepared to fight again in Tunisia, where the campaign will continue until May 1943. Vaux files his final intelligence assessment on the pursuit phase, and noting with professional honesty that the opportunity to trap Rommel existed theoretically, but proved impossible to achieve practically given logistics, terrain, weather, and the professionalism of German rearguards. The assessment concludes with observation that will become historical consensus. Battle was decisive victory, pursuit was qualified success, Enemy defeated, but not destroyed. The campaign from El Alamein westward across Libya and eventually into Tunisia will consume another 6 months, cost another 70,000 Allied casualties, and ultimately result in surrender of all Axis forces in North Africa in May 1943. Alamein was the beginning of the end, the turning point where Axis advance became Axis retreat and British defense became British offensive. But it was not the end itself. Not the clean conclusion that complete annihilation would have provided. Vaugh, Playford, MacDonald, and thousands of other soldiers who fought at Alamein will continue fighting across North Africa, through Sicily, into Italy, some eventually to northwest Europe. The war that seemed so focused and decisive in October 1942 reveals itself as merely one campaign in a much longer struggle. The Desert War that began in 1940, with small forces clashing in Libya, will end in Tunisia with 250,000 Axis prisoners and complete Allied control of North Africa's southern shore. But that ending is still months away, still requiring additional battles and additional sacrifices. For now, in November 1942, the victory at Alamein stands as Britain's first major ground defeat of German forces. The first demonstration that the Wehrmacht can be beaten, the first evidence that the long war might eventually be won. This psychological impact matters more than the incomplete tactical result. Britain needed proof that victory was possible. Alamein provided that proof, even if it did not provide the complete annihilation that might have shortened the war. The trap never closed completely, but the door through which Rommel escaped led only to further retreats, further defeats, and eventual surrender. The outcome was delayed, but not prevented by the pursuit's failure to achieve encirclement. Chapter 14. The Butcher's Bill, the 10th of November, 1942. Chaplain Tom Thompson of the Church of Scotland, attached to the 51st Highland Division, stands in a military cemetery being carved from desert sand near El Alamein. Before him stretch 632 wooden crosses arranged in precise rows that will eventually be replaced with stone markers, but that for now mark graves with nothing more than painted names and service numbers. This is one of several cemeteries being established to receive the dead, the permanent resting place for men whose bodies were recovered and identified from battlefields that claimed them. Many were not recovered, many more could not be identified, their remains too damaged or too decomposed, or simply too mixed with other remains to determine individual identity. Thompson has conducted 73 funeral services in 6 days, 73 commitments of bodies to sand that will hold them until the war ends, and proper Commonwealth War Graves Commission cemeteries can be established. He has written 73 letters to families, each one beginning with the same painful formula. "It is my painful duty to inform you." Then he attempts to find something true and comforting to say about boys he met once in darkness before they died, about men whose faces he remembers dimly if at all, about soldiers whose courage or faith or final moments he can only guess at because the circumstances of death in battle are usually unknown in any meaningful detail. The 11th of November, the anniversary of the Great War's end 24 years earlier, brings Thompson to the task of accounting for his division's casualties. The preliminary lists show 559 killed, 2,154 wounded, 96 missing. The missing category is euphemism, Thompson knows. Most missing are dead, their bodies lost in minefields or buried by shell impacts, or otherwise rendered unrecoverable in the chaos of night battles across terrain that cannot be fully searched. Each name on these lists represents a family that will receive a telegram, a mother or wife or sister, who will read words that Thompson or someone like him composed, trying to convey respect and sorrow for a loss that cannot be adequately expressed in military prose. The statistics have faces for Thompson, the young private who asked for communion before the attack, the sergeant who joked about seeing Scotland again, the officer who spoke about his newborn daughter, whom he had never seen. These individual memories resist reduction to numbers, but military accounting requires numbers to assess combat effectiveness and plan replacements and determine which units need reconstitution. The 12th of November takes Thompson to field hospitals, where the wounded wait for evacuation to base hospitals in Egypt or for medical transport ships that will carry them back to Britain. The tents are filled with men in various states of injury, some with relatively minor wounds who will recover and return to duty, others with injuries that ensure they will never fight again, some with injuries so severe that their survival is uncertain hour by hour. A soldier with both legs amputated asks Thompson whether they won, and Thompson says yes with the certainty that wounded men need to hear. The soldier nods, closes his eyes, and Thompson is not sure whether the soldier believes him or is simply too exhausted to question. Another man, blinded by artillery blast, asks Thompson to write a letter to his fiancée, explaining that the wedding will have to be postponed because he needs to sort some things out first. The understatement is heartbreaking. The man will never see again, will never see his fiancée's face, and he is concerned about postponing a wedding. Thompson writes the letter as dictated, knowing that the fiancée will understand what "sort some things out" actually means, knowing that this letter begins a process of adjustment and grief that will extend far beyond the war's end. The 14th of November brings an unexpected encounter. Thompson meets a German chaplain who is a prisoner of war, and a military pastor who performed the same functions for Wehrmacht soldiers that Thompson performed for British troops. Through an interpreter, they discuss the work of burying the dead, and Thompson proposes a joint service for German casualties. The German chaplain agrees, and they conduct a brief ceremony at a collection point where German dead await burial. The German chaplain reads from the same Bible Thompson carries, prays to the same God, asks for mercy on souls of men who died far from home in service of causes that now seem increasingly distant. Thompson finds himself thinking that they are all just trying to send boys home to their mothers, that the nationality of the dead matters less than the fact of death itself, that war has made them forget the common humanity that transcends the political divisions that led to the war. As the service ends and both chaplains return to their duties, the German to prisoner compound, and Thompson to his endless list of letters to write and services to conduct. The 16th of November finds Thompson drafting a letter to Mrs. McGregor in Aberdeen, informing her that her son, Jock, was killed on the 24th of October during the initial assault. The official notification has already been sent by telegram, but Thompson writes a personal letter because this is part of his duty and because he remembers Jock slightly, remembers a young man who seemed frightened but determined, who wrote his last letter in a trench while waiting for battle. Thompson begins, "Your son died bravely, serving his country." He stops. Bravely? Jock stepped on a mine in darkness, died probably without knowing what happened. A day killed by random chance rather than any act that could be characterized as brave. Thompson rewrites, "Your son did his duty. He was respected by his comrades. His sacrifice was not in vain." This feels more honest, though Thompson struggles with the claim that the sacrifice was not in vain. In vain for what? British victory at El Alamein serves strategic purposes that Thompson intellectually understands, but does that validate Jock McGregor's death at 22 years old? Does strategic necessity make individual death meaningful? These are questions Thompson cannot answer, questions that trouble his faith and his sleep. Questions that he pushes aside because he has 72 more letters to write, and philosophical uncertainty does not excuse him from pastoral duties. The 20th of November brings Montgomery's visit to the cemetery, all accompanied by photographers who document the field marshal paying respects to the fallen. Thompson watches Montgomery salute the crosses, observes what appears to be genuine grief, though Thompson suspects that any display by Montgomery contains elements of calculation and performance. Montgomery tells Thompson, "Their sacrifice won the battle." Thompson thinks but does not say, "That is supposed to make their mothers feel better?" The sacrifice won the battle, and the battle was necessary, and therefore the deaths were necessary. The logic is impeccable and also entirely inadequate as consolation for families who have lost sons and brothers and husbands. Thompson has read enough great war literature to know that "they died for their country" and "their sacrifice was not in vain" are phrases that ring hollow to those who actually grieve. The dead are dead regardless of strategic necessity. The cemeteries fill regardless of tactical success. And the letters Thompson writes, trying to find meaning in deaths that feel fundamentally meaningless at individual level, even while serving larger purposes, never adequately bridge the gap between military necessity and human loss. The final casualty accounting for El Alamein, compiled over weeks as missing, are confirmed dead and wounded, are tallied from hospitals across Egypt and Britain, shows approximately 13,500 British and Commonwealth casualties between the 23rd of October and the 7th of November. Of these, roughly 2,350 are killed, 8,950 wounded, and 2,260 missing, presumed killed. The Axis casualties total approximately 30,000, including 11,000 prisoners of war. The exchange ratio favors Britain, more German and Italian casualties for fewer British, and in military terms, this represents successful operations. But Thompson, looking at names rather than numbers, understands that each casualty is a destroyed world. Each death ripples outward to parents and siblings and wives and children whose lives are permanently altered. The arithmetic that makes 13,500 an acceptable cost for defeating Rommel operates at a level of abstraction that Thompson's pastoral work will not permit. He knows these men as names, sometimes as faces, always as individuals whose deaths cannot be reduced to strategic calculation. The question Thompson struggles with throughout November is whether the cost was justified, whether victory at El Alamein was worth 13,500 British casualties and 30,000 Axis casualties. Military necessity says yes. Preventing Axis control of Egypt was essential. Defeating Rommel was strategically critical. Demonstrating that Britain could win ground battles was psychologically necessary. But necessity at strategic level does not answer whether Jock McGregor's death specifically was necessary, whether that particular 22-year-old had to die in that particular minefield for the battle to be won. Thompson knows that asking this question is dangerous, that it leads toward positions incompatible with supporting the war effort. Yeah, but he cannot stop asking it because his work requires him to confront individual deaths in ways that generals examining maps do not. The letters he writes to mothers claim that their sons' deaths were meaningful, but Thompson increasingly doubts whether death in combat is ever meaningful in the way that word implies, or whether meaning is something imposed retroactively by survivors who need to believe that the losses served purposes beyond the immediate tactical. By the end of November, Thompson has conducted 147 funeral services, written 147 letters to families, and begun to experience what later generations will recognize as moral injury, the psychological damage caused not by what is done to you, but by what you are required to do or witness. He is not traumatized by combat in the way soldiers are traumatized, but he is damaged by the requirement to find meaning in deaths that increasingly feel random, to offer consolation he does not fully believe, to support a war effort while doubting whether any war effort justifies this level of human destruction. These doubts are private, hidden behind the performance of pastoral duties, but they accumulate in Thompson's consciousness like the names on the cemetery crosses, permanent markers of something broken that will not heal. The war will continue, other battles will add to the casualty lists, and Thompson will continue writing letters and conducting services because this is his duty. But El Alamein marks the point where his faith in the war's meaning begins to fracture, where the gap between strategic necessity and individual tragedy becomes too wide for theological consolation to bridge. The cemetery at El Alamein, where Thompson stood on the 10th of November conducting services, will eventually hold 7,367 Commonwealth graves, 815 of which are unidentified soldiers whose names are known only to God. Nearby, the German and Italian cemetery contains 4,634 graves, men who died far from home, fighting for causes that lost. The cemeteries face each other across ground that was contested with such intensity in October and November, ground that is now simply desert again, indifferent to the human struggles fought across its surface. Thompson will visit the cemetery many times during the war. Will continue to conduct services and write letters, will eventually leave the chaplaincy service and the ministry entirely because the work has damaged his faith in ways that cannot be repaired. But that is future. In November 1942, he stands among the crosses, conducting his 74th funeral service, reading words about resurrection and eternal life that he wants to believe but increasingly doubts, and wonders whether the mothers receiving his letters understand that he is lying when he says their sons' deaths were meaningful, The dead lie in sand that will eventually be replaced by stone markers in the kind of permanent cemetery that the Commonwealth War Graves Commission maintains to ensure that the fallen are remembered. But remembrance, Thompson understands, is not meaning. The dead are remembered because they died, not because their deaths accomplished anything beyond adding to casualty counts. And this truth, which Thompson cannot write in letters to grieving mothers, haunts him more than the funerals or the hospitals or the endless accounting of losses that defines his work in the aftermath of what military communications call a great victory. Chapter 15. What Alamein Changed, the 15th of November, 1942, London. Church bells ring across Britain for the first time since 1940, their sound marking victory rather than warning of invasion. The bells were silenced in June 1940, reserved to signal German landings that mercifully never came. Now they ring for El Alamein, for the first significant British ground victory against German forces, and for proof that the long string of defeats might finally be ending. Churchill addresses Parliament with characteristic eloquence. This is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is, perhaps, the end of the beginning. The phrase will become famous, quoted in histories and documentaries, but it obscures a harder truth that Churchill understands even if he does not speak it plainly. Alamein did not win the war. It proved the war could be won, demonstrated that German forces were not invincible, showed that British armies could defeat the Wehrmacht when properly equipped and competently led. But proving something possible is not the same as achieving it, and the distance from El Alamein to Berlin will require 3 more years of fighting and hundreds of thousands of additional casualties. The strategic assessment of Alamein's significance requires examining what the battle actually accomplished versus what mythology later claims it accomplished. The battle expelled Axis forces from Egypt and secured the Suez Canal, preventing German access to Middle Eastern oil fields and protecting the vital sea route through Suez. These were real and significant achievements. But Alamein did not end the North African campaign. That would require 6 more months of fighting, culminating in Axis surrender in Tunisia in May 1943. It did not lead directly to invasion of Europe. The Mediterranean strategy will consume another 2 years before Allied forces land in Normandy. It did not significantly weaken German military power in global terms. The Africa Corps represented a small fraction of Wehrmacht strength, and German forces were simultaneously fighting vastly larger battles on the Eastern Front. What Alamein changed was not the material balance of power, but rather the psychological perception of the war's trajectory. British forces proved they could win. German forces discovered they could lose. This shift in perception matters strategically even if it does not immediately translate into territorial gains or enemy losses. The psychological impact on British public and military cannot be overstated. From Norway to France to Greece to Crete to the long retreat across Libya, British forces had suffered defeat after defeat. Soldiers and civilians alike had begun to internalize a sense that Britain could not win ground battles against Germany, that tactical competence and numerical strength were insufficient against German operational skill. Alamein shattered this defeatism. British soldiers who fought at El Alamein knew they had defeated professional German troops in a major battle, that their training and equipment and leadership were adequate to the task. Civilians reading newspaper accounts of the victory allowed themselves to hope that Britain might actually survive the war, might eventually prevail, might see their sons and husbands come home. The morale impact extended beyond measurable military effects into the realm of national psychology, restoring confidence that had been eroded by years of bad news. In Berlin, the propaganda ministry struggles to explain a defeat that cannot be hidden from the German public. Previous setbacks could be minimized or explained away as temporary tactical adjustments. But Alamein represents a clear strategic defeat that even Goebbels' propagandists cannot disguise. The German public, fed on victory narratives since 1939, confronts the possibility that the war might not end in German triumph. More significantly for military planning, German high command must reassess assumptions about Mediterranean strategy. The decision to reinforce Tunisia, sending ultimately 250,000 additional troops to North Africa after Alamein, represents a strategic disaster born partly from unwillingness to accept that the African adventure has failed. These troops would eventually surrender in May 1943, a loss comparable to Stalingrad, in terms of numbers though, receiving less historical attention. The reinforcement decision might have been different if Alamein had resulted in complete destruction of Axis forces, giving Berlin clear evidence that further commitment would be futile. Instead, Rommel's escape allows the strategic fiction that North Africa might still be held, leading to the commitment of forces that would have been better employed defending Europe. The coincidence of timing between Alamein and other operations creates strategic synergy that none of the operations alone could achieve. Operation Torch, the Allied landings in French North Africa, begins on the 8th of November, placing Rommel between two Allied forces. The Soviet counteroffensive at Stalingrad begins on the 19th of November, encircling the German Sixth Army and creating a catastrophe on the Eastern Front that dwarfs anything happening in North Africa. The three operations are not closely coordinated. Timing is more coincidental than planned, but together they create the impression of coordinated Allied grand strategy. In reality, each operation was planned somewhat independently, but their near-simultaneous success creates a moment in November 1942 when the war's momentum perceptibly shifts. Germany faces simultaneous crises on multiple fronts, while the Allies achieve simultaneous victories that suggest coordination and strength. The strategic effect exceeds what any single operation would have produced. The impact on Anglo-American coalition dynamics extends beyond immediate military consequences. The Americans had advocated for direct invasion of France in 1942 or early 1943, arguing that peripheral operations in the Mediterranean wasted resources and delayed decisive engagement. The British, more cautious based on bitter experience, advocated for clearing North Africa first, then potentially moving into Sicily and Italy. Alamein's success, combined with the ongoing Torch operations, validates the British strategy and strengthens Churchill's argument for Mediterranean operations before attempting France. This strategic debate will shape the timing of D-Day, which is postponed to June 1944, partly because Mediterranean commitments absorb resources and attention through 1943. Whether this delay serves Allied interests, allowing more thorough preparation for Normandy invasion, or costs Allied lives by prolonging the war, remains a question historians debate. But Alamein's success provides the evidence Churchill needs to argue that his Mediterranean strategy works, shaping grand strategy for the next 18 months. Rommel's personal fate is sealed by Alamein in ways that become clear only later. He will never command a major offensive operation again. His brief deployment to Tunisia ends with recall to Europe. His next command, in Normandy during the D-Day campaign, places him in defensive positions against overwhelming Allied force, recreating the dynamic of Alamein on larger scale and with even less hope of success. The Desert Fox's reputation for offensive brilliance becomes irrelevant when defensive operations against numerically superior enemies become Germany's strategic reality. Alamein breaks not just Rommel's army, but also his operational style, the mobile warfare that made his reputation. He will die in October 1944, forced to commit suicide after being implicated in the plot to assassinate Hitler, but his effective military career ends at El Alamein when the conditions that enabled his successes disappear. The material calculus of Alamein reveals asymmetries that define industrial warfare in the 20th century. Britain loses 13,500 casualties and hundreds of tanks, but replaces those losses from production and mobilization that continues unabated. And Germany loses 30,000 casualties and equipment that cannot be replaced because production is allocated to Eastern Front and home defense. Britain fights Alamein with the resources of the British Empire and American industrial support. Germany fights with what can be shipped across the Mediterranean, past British interdiction. This asymmetry makes the battle's outcome nearly inevitable, regardless of tactical decisions or operational skill. Rommel's brilliance could delay defeat, but not prevent it. Montgomery's caution might have slowed victory, but could not prevent it given material superiority. The battle demonstrates that in modern industrial warfare, logistics and production capacity matter more than tactical genius. This lesson will be repeated across the remainder of the war, Germany fighting with skill and courage but inadequate resources, the Allies grinding forward with overwhelming material advantage that compensates for tactical deficiencies. Comparison with simultaneous events illuminates Alamein's actual significance versus its perceived importance. Stalingrad, happening at the same time, involves much larger forces, produces much higher casualties, and has far greater strategic impact on the war's outcome. The encirclement of the German Sixth Army at Stalingrad in November 1942 and its eventual surrender in February 1943 represents a turning point on the Eastern Front that makes Alamein seem minor in comparison. Yet Alamein captures Western imagination more than Stalingrad, and partly because it is Britain's victory rather than Soviet, partly because the Western historical narrative focuses on Western battles. The reality is that both battles matter, Stalingrad for its material impact on German power, Alamein for its psychological impact on Allied morale and strategic planning. But placing them in context requires acknowledging that the North African theater was secondary to the Eastern Front in terms of forces engaged and strategic consequences. By December 1942, with fighting continuing across Libya as Montgomery pursues Rommel westward, the full significance of Alamein becomes clearer. The battle achieved its immediate objectives, expelled Axis forces from Egypt, secured the canal, demonstrated British capability. It did not achieve the complete annihilation that might have ended the African campaign immediately, nor did it significantly alter the global balance of military power. What it changed was trajectory and perception. Before Alamein, Axis forces advanced while Allied forces retreated. After Alamein, the pattern reversed. Before Alamein, British morale was brittle and German confidence was high. After Alamein, confidence shifted. These psychological and perceptual changes matter in ways that are difficult to quantify but real in their effects on national will, military morale, and strategic planning. Alamein was the hinge on which British fortunes turned, the battle where defense became offense, the moment when victory changed from distant hope to tangible possibility. That change, more than the tactical results or operational successes, this defines Alamein's significance in the larger history of the Second World War. Chapter 16. After the storm, November 1942 through 1945 and beyond. The battle ends, but soldiers carry it forward, each man's life bent by the experience in ways large and small, visible and hidden. Lieutenant James MacDonald returns to Britain in early 1943, trains replacements for the Normandy invasion, lands at Sword Beach in June 1944, fights across France and Belgium and into Germany, survives the war with a military cross earned somewhere in the Reichswald forest, and never discusses El Alamein with his wife or children. When they ask about the war, he speaks vaguely about France and Germany, places they have heard of, battles they might understand. But Alamein, the night of the 23rd of October when he led his platoon into the Minefields, the morning when he counted 13 men missing from his roll call, these memories remain private, locked away in some mental compartment that he opens only in nightmares that wake him gasping in darkness, decades after the last shot was fired. Captain Harry Playford continues through Tunisia, Sicily, and Italy, receives a Distinguished Service Order for actions at Cassino, retires as colonel in 1953, and writes memoirs that obsessively detail the tank battles of October 1942. 300 pages of his autobiography cover Alamein. 50 pages cover the rest of the war. For Playford, everything else was anticlimax to those days in the desert when he commanded Sherman tanks against panzers and survived when many did not. And Corporal William Ashe, wounded at El Alamein and evacuated to Australia, spends 6 months in hospital recovering from shrapnel wounds that damaged muscle and nerve in his left leg. He walks with a slight limp for the rest of his life, marries in 1946, teaches mathematics at a school in Sydney, raises 3 children who know their father fought in the war, but understand almost nothing about what that meant. Ashe wakes screaming from nightmares for 40 years, dreams where he is back in the desert advancing on Thompson's Post, dreams where his comrades fall around him and he cannot help them. dreams that replay the same terrible moments in endless variation. His wife learns not to wake him roughly from these nightmares, learns to speak softly and wait for him to remember where he is. And he learns that the man she married carries wounds that have nothing to do with the scar on his leg. He attends one veterans reunion in 1968, spends an evening drinking with men who survived the same battles, and never goes to another. "What is there to say?" he tells his wife. "They know what happened. I know what happened. Talking about it does not change anything." He dies in 1997, and his children discover among his effects a small collection of war memorabilia. He never showed them. Campaign medals in a drawer, a photograph of men in desert uniforms with names on the back that mean nothing to his family, a citation for bravery that he never mentioned receiving. Captain Peter Vole, the intelligence officer who tracked Rommel's retreat, spends the remainder of the war in intelligence work, analyzing German tactics and dispositions, contributing to operations planning with the kind of detailed knowledge that comes from studying the enemy as both opponent and subject. After the war, he returns to civilian life but maintains connection to military history, writes articles and gives lectures, becomes something of an expert on the North African campaign. In 1992, at age 75, he returns to El Alamein for the 50th anniversary commemoration. He visits the cemetery, finds names he remembers from intelligence reports and casualty lists, places stones on graves in a tradition he adopted from Jewish colleagues. The cemetery staff finds him on a bench near the entrance, crying silently, and when they ask if he needs assistance, he waves them away. "I am fine," he says. "That's just remembering." He makes 2 more trips to Egypt before he dies, in 1997, drawn back to the place where he spent 3 months in 1942. By some need he cannot articulate even to himself. His family donates his papers to the Imperial War Museum, boxes of documents and photographs and diaries that historians will mine for details about operations planning and intelligence work in the Desert War. Hauptmann Wilhelm Bach, the German engineer who built the Devil's Garden, becomes a prisoner of war when Axis forces surrender in Tunisia in May 1943. He spends the remainder of the war in a Canadian POW camp, passing time by teaching engineering courses to other prisoners and reading whatever books the camp library provides. The camp commandant, recognizing Bach's education and professional competence, allows him to design improvements to camp drainage systems, a strange collaboration between captor and captive, both professionals who respect competence regardless of which uniform wore it. Bach is repatriated to Germany in 1947, finds his home city of Hamburg largely destroyed by Allied bombing, and goes to work in reconstruction efforts. He helps design infrastructure projects throughout West Germany during the 1950s, builds a respectable career, raises a family, and never discusses the war, except in the most general terms. After his death in 1986, his children discover a manuscript hidden in his desk, an unpublished memoir of the North African campaign written in careful German script. Yes, the final line reads, "We built fortifications in sand. Nothing lasts in sand, not fortifications and not the men who built them." The family donates the manuscript to the Bundesarchiv, where it joins thousands of other personal accounts from soldiers who needed to write their experiences but could not share them with the living. Chaplain Tom Thompson continues as military chaplain through Sicily and Italy, conducting services and burying the dead, and writing letters to families with the same painful dedication he brought to the work at Alamein. But something breaks in him during the Italian campaign, some internal support structure that carried him through the Desert War. In 1945, after Germany surrenders but while fighting continues in the Pacific, Thompson requests release from military service. He returns to Scotland, attempts to resume civilian ministry, and discovers that he can no longer stand in front of a congregation and speak about God's love or divine providence or any of the comfortable theologies that sustained his faith before the war. He leaves the church in 1950, trains as a social worker, and spends the next 25 years working with veterans who struggle to adjust to civilian life. He helps men apply for disability pensions, advocates for improved mental health services, provides counseling that draws less on theology than on his understanding of what combat does to human beings. Former soldiers who knew him as chaplain during the war find him in Glasgow or Edinburgh, seeking help that the church cannot provide and the government will not. Thompson helps them because this feels like continuation of the work he did at Alamein, the work of caring for damaged men that defined his military service. He dies in 1977, remembered by colleagues as an effective advocate for veterans, but by almost no one as the chaplain who buried hundreds of soldiers in the Western Desert. Rifleman Bill Hutton, who experienced the static warfare of holding the Alamein line before Montgomery's offensive, survives the battle and continues through Sicily and into Italy. He is wounded twice more, once seriously enough to require evacuation to Britain for extended recovery, and demobilized in 1946. He returns to Birmingham, resumes work in the factory he left in 1940, marries, raises 2 sons, and absolutely refuses to discuss the war with anyone. Or he does not join veterans associations, does not attend reunions, does not apply for medals he earned but never received because he cannot be bothered with the paperwork. When people ask about his wartime service, he says, "I was there, that is all," in a tone that discourages further questions. His grandchildren, curious about family history, ask what he did in the war, and he tells them he was a soldier and fought in Africa and Italy and came home. They press for details, hoping for stories of heroism or adventure, and he changes the subject or leaves the room. After his death in 1993, his family finds his service medals in a drawer, still in the boxes they were issued in, never worn or displayed. The Africa Star, the Italy Star, the War Medal, proof of service in campaigns that shaped the course of the Second World War, hidden away by a man who wanted to forget but could not. Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery becomes Britain's most famous general, leads 8th Army through Sicily and Italy, commands ground forces for the Normandy invasion, accepts German surrender at Lüneburg Heath, and receives elevation to the peerage as Viscount Montgomery of Alamein. His entire post-war identity is built on the desert victory. Every interview mentions it, every speech references it, every biographical sketch highlights it. He writes memoirs that claim full credit for the victory, minimizing Auchinleck's contributions to the defensive preparations and exaggerating his own innovations in tactical doctrine. In public, he embodies confidence and certainty about Alamein's significance. In private correspondence published after his death, a different picture emerges. In a letter to a fellow officer written in 1968, Montgomery admits, "Alamein was Auchinleck's defensive preparation, plus American supplies, plus ultra-intelligence. I finished what others started, but I had the showmanship to claim it and the luck to succeed where others failed." The admission of luck is startling from a man who publicly claimed every success as product of superior planning. But the letter remains private during Montgomery's lifetime, and his public persona as the architect of Alamein dominates historical memory until more nuanced scholarship emerges decades later. Field Marshal Harold Alexander, Montgomery's superior, who actually commanded Middle East theater during Alamein, receives less public recognition than his subordinate, despite having enabled the victory through strategic decisions and resource allocation. History tends to remember Montgomery's name while forgetting Alexander's, a pattern that reflects both Montgomery's superior public relations skills and the tendency of historical narrative to focus on battlefield commanders rather than theater commanders. Alexander himself seems unconcerned by the disparity, content to let Montgomery claim the spotlight while quietly continuing his own career through Italy and into post-war positions of responsibility. He becomes Governor General of Canada, serves with distinction in various ceremonial and administrative roles, and dies in 1969, having never written memoirs or made serious effort to claim credit for Alamein. Some historians interpret this silence as professional modesty. Others suggest it reflects Alexander's understanding that command politics are complex and shared credit rarely serves anyone's interests. Whatever his motivations, the result is that popular history remembers Montgomery's victory at El Alamein, while academic history more carefully distributes credit among Auchinleck, who stabilized the line, Montgomery, who executed the offensive, Alexander, who commanded theater, and thousands of soldiers who actually fought the battle. The question of what veterans carry forward from Alamein cannot be answered uniformly because the war affected different men in different ways. Some, like Playford, remain mentally engaged with the battle for the rest of their lives, finding meaning in their service and purpose in their memories. Others, like Hutton, want nothing more than to forget, to bury the war as deeply as the war buried their comrades. Some, like Thompson, are broken by the experience in ways that preclude return to their pre-war lives. Many, probably most, fall somewhere between these extremes, able to function in civilian life, but marked by experiences they cannot fully share with people who were not there. The psychiatric understanding of combat trauma evolves slowly. In 1942, men are expected to endure without complaint, to suppress symptoms of what later generations will recognize as post-traumatic stress disorder. The medical terminology available, shell shock, combat fatigue, nerves, carries implications of weakness or cowardice that discourage men from seeking help. Veterans learn to manage their symptoms privately, through alcohol or work, or simply silent endurance, because seeking treatment risks stigma and offers little prospect of effective intervention. By the 1980s and 90s, as Alamein veterans reach old age, many begin to speak more openly about their experiences. The Imperial War Museum, the Australian War Memorial, and similar institutions conduct extensive oral history projects, recording interviews with veterans who suddenly feel urgency to preserve their stories before they die. The interviews reveal patterns. Men who remain silent for 40 or 50 years suddenly become eloquent about their wartime experiences, and describing battles and emotions with vivid detail that suggests the memories were always present just beneath the surface of daily life. Psychologists studying veteran testimony note that the end of career responsibilities and the approach of death often reduces the psychological need to suppress traumatic memories. Old men, freed from the obligation to appear strong for employers and families, allow themselves to remember and to grieve. The oral histories captured in these final interviews provide invaluable historical detail, but they also document the long shadow that combat casts across entire lives. The men who fought at Alamein in 1942 were still fighting it in memory and nightmare in 1992, still trying to make sense of experiences that resist explanation even with 50 years of distance. The legacy these men leave is complicated and contested. They won a battle that needed to be won, defeated an enemy that needed to be defeated, served with courage and professionalism in a cause that most of them believed was just. But the cost, measured in trauma and loss and lives permanently altered, raises questions about victory's meaning that simple triumphalism cannot answer. MacDonald's silence, Playford's obsession, Ash's nightmares, Thompson's crisis of faith. These responses to combat suggest that victory in battle does not equal victory for the individuals who secured it. They paid prices that extended far beyond the casualty lists, prices measured in the decades of disturbed sleep and broken relationships, and the inability to fully engage with civilian life that never quite understood what they experienced. The desert where they fought is far away, another continent and another lifetime, but it remains present in their minds with greater clarity than much of the life they lived after leaving it. This is what Alamein gave them, not just medals and memories, but permanent alteration of their internal landscape, permanent haunting by experiences that cannot be fully communicated to those who were not there. They carried the desert home with them, and the desert never entirely released its hold on their minds and dreams and understanding of what human beings are capable of doing to each other in war. The external battle ended in November 1942. The internal battle continued until they died, and even then the stories they left behind ensure that Alamein lives on in historical memory long after the last veteran is gone. Chapter 17, Sand and Memory, Present Day. You stand in the El Alamein War Cemetery on the Egyptian coast, 70 miles west of Alexandria, maintained with meticulous care by the Commonwealth War Graves Commission. The Mediterranean stretches away to the north, brilliant blue under sun that bleaches color from everything else in the landscape. Behind you, rows of white headstones extend in geometric precision, each one identical in size and shape, each one marking a grave. 7,367 Commonwealth burials in total. 815 of those headstones bear no name, only the inscription, "Known unto God," or "A soldier of the 1939 to 1945 war." These are the unidentified dead, men whose remains were too damaged or too decomposed for identification, whose tags were lost, or whose bodies were never found whole. Nearby, visible from the Commonwealth Cemetery, stands the German and Italian memorial, a different architectural style, less ordered somehow, more austere. 4,634 Axis soldiers are buried or commemorated there. The two cemeteries face each other across ground that was contested with such terrible intensity in October and November 1942, ground that is now simply desert again, returned to the indifferent landscape that existed before armies arrived and will exist after the last cemetery is forgotten. The silence is profound in ways that transcend mere absence of sound. Tour buses bring visitors, European retirees on historical tours, military historians researching campaigns, the occasional grandchild or great-grandchild of someone who fought here. But even when visitors are present, the cemetery imposes quiet through its sheer weight of accumulated loss. You walk among the headstones reading inscriptions. Private J. McGregor, age 22, 5th Battalion, 7th. Gordon Highlanders, died 24th October, 1942. 3 graves away, 3 soldiers from the same battalion, same day, their bodies recovered and buried together. The random geography of death preserved in stone. These men died in the same action, perhaps the same shell burst, perhaps within minutes of each other. Next to McGregor, a soldier from the Australian 26th Brigade died 28th October. The cemetery is organized by date of death and location of burial, not by nationality or unit, creating accidental communities of the dead where Australian and British and Indian and South African soldiers lie side by side, united by the date they died, rather than the countries they served. Much of the actual battlefield remains inaccessible, cordoned off because unexploded ordnance still litters the desert 8 decades after the last shot was fired. The Devil's Garden, that German engineers created in September 1942, continues to kill occasionally, demining teams working to clear the old battlefields, Bedouin herders who wander into unmarked minefields, curious visitors who ignore warning signs. The mines that Bach and his engineers laid have corroded over decades, but some remain functional enough to detonate when disturbed. Metal detectors find shell casings and shrapnel, and the occasional mine that can be carefully excavated and destroyed. But the desert is vast, and the resources for systematic clearance are limited. Large areas remain off limits, marked with faded signs warning of mines, ground where the battle's debris lies undisturbed beneath sand that has shifted and accumulated over years of wind and rare rain. What can be visited safely shows almost nothing. Flat desert, some preserved strong-point positions marked with plaques, metal remains of tanks too damaged to move. The landscape has reclaimed the battlefield, erased most evidence of what happened here, reduced human conflict to a few rusted metal fragments half buried in sand. The El Alamein Military Museum, a concrete building near the cemetery, displays artifacts collected from the battlefield over decades. Rusted helmets, British and German both. Defused mines with explanatory plaques describing how they worked. Photographs of the battle, in grainy black and white images showing tanks advancing and prisoners being marched and artillery firing. A Sherman tank preserved outside the museum, its paint faded to ghost of its original color, treads frozen by decades of neglect. Everything is labeled, explained, contextualized in museum text that attempts to convey the battle's significance to visitors who may have no knowledge of the North African campaign. School groups from Cairo visit on field trips, Egyptian students taking notes for history class about a battle fought on their country's soil between armies that were not Egyptian, a war in which Egypt participated mainly as location and victim. The exhibits are professional, historically accurate, slightly dusty from sand that infiltrates everything in the desert. They reduce the complexity of battle to simplified narratives that serve educational purposes, but cannot capture the texture of experience that veterans described in interviews, the fear and thirst and exhaustion and random violence that characterize combat. The question of what El Alamein means to different observers shifts with generation and nationality and individual perspective. For British visitors of a certain age, those old enough to remember the war or to have grown up with parents who served, Alamein represents pride and victory, the moment when Britain proved it could still win battles and control its own destiny. For younger British visitors, particularly those born after the Empire's dissolution, Alamein is historical curiosity, a battle that mattered once to people now dead or very old, and interesting as history, but not personally relevant. For German visitors, and there are some every year, the cemetery presents uncomfortable questions about their fathers or grandfathers who fought for a regime whose purposes few now defend. They come to pay respects to the dead while grappling with the legacy of what those dead were fighting for. For Egyptian guides employed by tour companies, Alamein is someone else's war fought on Egyptian land, a battle that determined who would control their country, but in which Egyptians themselves were largely spectators. The local Bedouin population, descendants of people who lived in the area during the war, remember different stories: armies passing through, mines that killed civilians, unexploded bombs found by children, the desert transformed into battlefield, and then slowly returning to desert again. You walk to the beach near where British positions stood in October 1942. The Mediterranean is timeless, waves rolling onto sand with the same rhythm they have followed for millennia. In 1942, this beach was the northern anchor of the defensive line, the geography that allowed Auchinleck to hold a position that could not be outflanked. Today, a few tourists swim in water that seems impossibly blue. Children play in sand that once was seeded with mines. Fishermen cast lines from rocks that provided cover for machine gun positions. The gap between past and present is measured not just in years, but in the impossibility of reconciling this peaceful scene with what happened here. How can the same location be both battlefield and beach resort? How can sand that soaked up blood from thousands of casualties now be the medium where children build castles? The disconnect between historical significance and present mundane reality creates a kind of vertigo, a sense that either the past was less real than records suggest, or the present is less permanent than it appears. The El Alamein Memorial, a tall limestone structure visible from distance, commemorates 11,875 Commonwealth soldiers and airmen who died in North Africa and have no known grave. The names are carved into stone panels, organized by unit and rank, each name representing someone who died in combat and whose body was never recovered or identified. The memorial includes casualties from the entire North African campaign, even not just Alamein, but many of the names are men who died in October or November 1942, and whose remains lie somewhere under the sand of the Western Desert, lost to history except for their names preserved in stone. You read names at random, each one a person who lived and died and left behind family and friends who mourned. Private Thomas Andrews, age 19, Sergeant William Blake, age 28, Lieutenant Robert Carlyle, age 23. The ages accumulate, 19, 21, 22, 24. Most of them so young that their lives had barely started when they ended. The memorial is both monument and graveyard, marking not specific locations of burial, but the fact of death and the debt that the living owe to the dead who secured their freedom. The last veterans of El Alamein attended commemorative events in the 1990s and early 2000s, old men in their 80s and 90s making final pilgrimages to the place where they fought when young. Photographs from these events show veterans in wheelchairs or walking with canes, wearing blazers with regimental badges, standing before graves of comrades who died while they survived. By 2024, virtually all of them are gone. The last British veteran of El Alamein died in 2021 at age 102. The last German veteran died in 2023. The last Australian veteran passed in 2020. The transition from living memory to historical memory is complete. The battle that was personal experience for thousands of men is now purely historical event. Getting understood through documents and artifacts and the accounts veterans left behind, but no longer accessible through direct testimony from participants. This transition happens to all historical events eventually. The lived experience becomes text. The personal memory becomes public history. The The individuals who fought become names on monuments or entries in databases. What remains when the last veteran dies and the last personal memory fades? The cemeteries remain, maintained in perpetuity by the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, with funding guaranteed through treaties and endowments designed to ensure the graves are tended long after the last person who remembers the war is gone. The battlefield remains, though increasingly inaccessible as mine clearance proves difficult and expensive. The historical record remains. Thousands of documents in archives across Britain, Germany, Italy, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and Egypt. The paper trail of planning and execution and aftermath that allows historians to reconstruct what happened in extraordinary detail. The personal accounts remain, memoirs and letters and diaries and oral history interviews preserved in museums and libraries. The voices of participants recorded for posterity. And the memory remains. The collective understanding that something significant happened here, that this place marks a turning point in the Second World War, that the men who fought and died here deserve to be remembered even if the specific details of why they fought become less clear with each passing generation. The desert has returned to something resembling its pre-war state, though not entirely. The scars of battle, shell craters, vehicle tracks, fortification remnants, have been softened by decades of wind and occasional rain, but not completely erased. Archaeologists working in the area, when they are permitted access to mined zones, find artifacts from the battle mixed with artifacts from earlier conflicts going back centuries. The desert is layered with human struggles, each era leaving its debris before being covered by sand and forgotten. The British and German and Italian forces who fought at Alamein in 1942 are simply the most recent in a long series of armies that crossed this landscape, bringing violence and then departing, leaving behind only metal fragments and bones, and the stories that survivors told about what happened. In another century, if the artifacts are not collected and preserved, they will be indistinguishable from the debris of earlier wars, just more metal corroding under the sand. The sun sets over El Alamein. The light turns the sand golden, the same color it was in October 1942, when men fought and died here. The temperature drops with desert swiftness, the heat of day replaced by evening chill that requires jackets or sweaters. In a few hours, stars will emerge, the same stars that watched the battle unfold, the same stars that provided navigation for soldiers advancing in darkness. The cemetery gates close at sunset, security guards ensuring that the grounds are empty before locking the entrance. You are asked to leave, to return tomorrow if you wish to visit again. Walking back to the road, now you look back at the white headstones, now visible only as pale shapes in gathering darkness. 7,367 graves, 815 unknown soldiers, 11,875 names on the memorial, thousands more axes dead across the road. All these numbers representing individual lives, individual deaths, individual families who mourned losses that could not be undone by strategic victory or historical significance. The Battle of El Alamein was fought here in October and November 1942. The consequences of that battle extended through years and across continents, shaping the war's trajectory and the lives of everyone who participated or was affected by the outcome. The meaning of the battle has been written and rewritten by each generation, all shaped by changing needs and perspectives, contested by historians who disagree about credit and significance and whether the cost was justified by the results. But the sand remembers nothing except the weight of whatever presses into it. The sea continues its endless rhythm, regardless of human conflicts fought along its shore. And the stones stand witness, marking graves and names, preserving memory in the only permanent form available, carved into material that will outlast the memories of everyone alive today, but that will eventually crumble or be buried or simply forgotten when the last person who cares about this battle has died and the desert has finally reclaimed everything. The war ended in 1945. For the men who fought at El Alamein, and it never entirely ended, they carried it forward in nightmares and silences, and the permanent alteration of their understanding of what humans are capable of doing to each other. For their children and grandchildren, the war is history, important in abstract sense, but distant from daily life. For visitors to the cemetery in 2024, The war is something read about in books or seen in documentaries, a collection of facts and figures and photographs that cannot quite bridge the gap between knowing about an event and understanding what it meant to live through it. The desert wind blows, the sea continues, and the stones stand witness to battles fought long ago by men now gone, their courage and fear and suffering preserved in names carved into limestone that will stand for decades more before time and weather wear even that away. This is what remains when the last veteran dies. Not memory exactly, not experience, but rather the physical trace of memory, the evidence that something happened here, that people fought and died, and that their deaths mattered at least enough to mark with stone and name and date. Whether that is sufficient memorial for the price they paid is not a question the cemetery can answer. The stones simply stand, bearing witness to what was, while the desert slowly erases all evidence of what happened when armies met here and transformed this empty landscape into a battlefield that briefly mattered more than any other place on Earth.